All right, we doing the mic check, mic check, mic check, chat. How's everybody doing? Browns game about to start. We're going to see how things go today. I don't have the craziest expectations in the world, but we'll see. We'll see.
It's week 11 of the NFL on CBS coming to you today from Cleveland, Ohio. The Browns are hosting the Steelers. Two of the premier defensive players in the NFL will be featured. Myles Garrett, TJ Watt. The opening kickoff is next.
That phrase never sounded quite right.
Oh, it's airing on my local station. That's weird.
Fun whistle. So I just watch football this season. $5, get $150 if your team wins. Plus the profit boost every single day.
Yep. Just try to control this game with running the ball, play dominant defense on the other side, and be the more physical football team today. That should be the keys for this Browns team when it comes to what they should do to try to be victorious against the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's not a complicated game plan, but it's one that you have to go out there and execute, and executing is always difficult in the NFL. With DTR in there, obviously you're not going to have the big time throw ability that you had with Deshaun Watson, the ability to make those 40, 50-yard darts that he was on his way to getting, especially in the Arizona game, even some you saw in the Baltimore game. But I do think that there's a lot of offense to be had there, even with DTR, with the screen game, with the rhythm and timing game, and with everything else when it comes to how you can open up an offense. Hopefully this looks a lot different than what we saw out of DTR in his first start. Obviously different circumstances, not really as prepared, kind of took him by surprise. All of those things were a factor in why he looked the way he did in that first start with the Browns. So hopefully now, with him having a whole week to prepare, that things will be better.
Blue sky here in Northeast Ohio, temperature at 40.
Not crazy winds. Weather's okay, and the stadium should be rocking.
As always, could play a factor. The Steelers and the Browns, both teams' interaction at 6-3. Pittsburgh won the toss. They've deferred to the second half. Deshaun Watson, the news breaking on Wednesday, and Kevin Stefanski told his team before it went public, spoke with the team to set the proper message of what the next move would be, explaining what was going on with Deshaun and the fact that Dorian Thompson-Robinson would be taking over as the starting quarterback. Maintaining the same message.
The Browns get the ball first.
That we got to reemphasize. Do your job. Terrell puts it on.
All right, DTR.
Coming out to the 25-yard line, and that's where DTR will set up shop for the Cleveland Browns. Browns went 5-1 in the games that Watson has started this season, but this is a new chapter now, CD, for Cleveland.
It certainly is, and we know that they're going to protect this young man in the early going, especially with play calling. But how much do you protect him? Are you just going to hand it off inside and hope your big offensive line can wedge some holes and create some first downs? Or are you getting some easy throws early and trying to get things loosened up?
Jerome Ford coming off a 100-yard rushing game. And he'll get the carry on first down.
Good run. Nice run there. What you want to do on first down is get ahead of the sticks, especially this week, especially going forward.
You've got Christian in there at left tackle, Hudson at right tackle. DeJuan Jones, who did not play, did not suit up last week, is active. They might work him in on certain third down plays. At least that was the initial plan.
Wow, so DeJuan's not in there the whole game?
Amari Cooper, the numbers have been excellent. 6 catches, 98 yards last week. And a flag down. Timeout, Pittsburgh. Their first of the half.
Wow.
Timeout. They had 12 men on the field. They realized it.
They made a lot of substitutions after the first down, and you're exactly right. They realized they had 12 on the field.
So that's a weird plan with DeJuan Jones, that they're going to basically rotate him in and out
familiarity when it comes to division.
That's interesting.
But then there's a whole other level to it. You start shaping your roster based on these games. You draft particular players with games like this in mind.
When you think division to get to the playoffs, the quickest way, win your division. That's why people draft. Win your division first.
Second down and 6. It's through it again. Not much of a hole. He's not going to go down. Eventually, they're going to whistle it down.
All right, 3rd and short.
He picks his way for 2.5 yards. Sets up 3rd down now for Cleveland. Defensively for the Steelers, this defense, because of what they can do out on the outside between Watt and Highsmith, it changes the way that you prepare. They got a rookie quarterback. They're going to try to show them a number of different looks and disguise things to try to confuse him.
Disguise, try to confuse him, and create one-on-one matchups for Smith and Watt to rush the passer when you get him into passing situations.
18 takeaways this season. Time for first and 10.
He's going to run for it, and he has it.
For first down.
What's the flag?
Marker is down. The big difference between this and his first start,
It's on Pittsburgh.
to tailor the game plan for him as opposed to the last-minute decision that he was in there because of an injury to offside.
Defense number 24.
All right, we're good.
It's declined as the play result on the first down.
Good job. Good job there. Good job by DTR.
Thompson Robinson got the first down with his legs.
So you're going to see the pull on the backside, but Joey Porter Jr. lined
Way to
up
get out there. Good play call. Way to seal on TJ Watt and just get that first down. Empty here. They're going to throw a screen to Moore. You're going to get about 5 on first down again. Stay ahead of the sticks.
Cleveland offense. And gets a 5-yard gain on the catch and run. Hit by the
Nice and easy. One thing with DTR coming out that Chip Kelly offense at UCLA, he played 5 years in that offense. He's going to be good at that quick timing stuff, right? That quick screen, quick throw, RPO kind of thing, because that's the bread and butter of what Chip Kelly likes to do there at UCLA. There's a lot of volume in that. He's thrown as many of those as you can throw at the college level. And the good ball there to Coop. There it is.
He's got the first down. It's 11 yards.
Would like to see him have a little bit more active feet in the pocket on that throw. Kind of stood there flat-footed, but delivered a good ball nonetheless. You get that slant on Joey Porter Jr. If you want to be physical with Coop, he will be fine with that. And a beautiful ball there delivered by DTR
And then a quick shot
for a first down.
inside, and Dorian Thompson-Robinson on target with that pass.
Cleveland now in Pittsburgh territory. Browns came in 17th in the NFL.
Hey, empty again.
Offense 11th in scoring. Obviously, they've had quarterbacks in and out of the lineup with Watson and P.J. Walker. It's a give to Ford, and there's not much there. So the background on Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Originally from Las Vegas, one of the top prospects.
Hey,
coming
Bishop
out of
Gorman.
Gorman High School, and then on to UCLA. Where
Bishop Gorman, is that the only place you could come out of in Las Vegas? Because I feel like every player in the NFL came out of Las Vegas. Let's effing go, Q. You missed the super chat. Yeah, I was trying to set up the alert box. Sorry about that. Appreciate that, Ray Ray.
This year, after the Browns elected to trade him, but they believed in Dorian Thompson-Robinson as their backup, and now he's the starter.
And he expects to show exactly why they kept it today as opposed to the Baltimore game.
That pass offline, looking for Njoku.
All right, calm it down.
It's now 3rd and 10 for Cleveland.
Now, what have we seen early from Cleveland? Exactly what you would expect, right? Trying to establish the running game. When they did throw the ball, easy throws.
You're in that potential 4-down territory spot of the field here. So if you're the Browns, I mean, you might want to consider running it here to set up a closer 4th down.
This is where we find out what's going to happen in terms of turning loose pass rushers and how we're able to protect them. Looks like Juwan Jones is in it, right tackle.
There we go. On the 3rd down. Dime package here from Pittsburgh. Short route. Ford trying to create after the catch.
So you're at the 44
yards, including
to 50. It's a 60-yard field goal.
On a rookie season, he is starting to have
Nah, I think they're punting.
opportunities.
They're going to play field position.
A 2nd-round draft pick playing with a lot of confidence right now.
It certainly is, and they did an excellent job against Green Bay. 6 tackles that game, pass broken up.
Okay, fine enough first drive.
In the pass rush. Remember, let's keep an eye on this game. How does Cleveland live on offense and third downs? Is it 3rd and 4 or less? Or 3rd and 7 and more? 3rd and 3rd, 7 and more? Pittsburgh has the advantage, obviously.
Thompson Robinson had 3 interceptions that started against Baltimore. The theme all week, do not turn the ball over. They'll accept punts and put their defense on the field while Horkaz places it nicely inside the 5, and that's where...
That's no way they're going to spot that there, right? They're going to spot that at the 9 where it got touched originally.
Well placed, 35-yard kick.
All right.
It will be
Play field position. You get a good punt.
on the field when we come back.
Where are they placing that ball? At the 9, right? Yeah, no way they're placing that at the 5. I think somebody jumped the gun and touched it before it hit the ground on the Brown side. Y'all always let it bounce. But I mean, if it's within 10, I mean, you might as well catch it. That's actually not that bad to play. I take that back. Because what if it bounces? It takes a wild one, hops into the end zone. Yeah, I can see it both ways. But fine enough first drive. Didn't see everything that you wanted to see. Used DTR as a runner once, which is more than they did against Baltimore. I thought he had one good throw to Coop there. One a little offline to David Njoku, and he's going to have a couple missed throws today. That's going to be fine. But nothing that looked like he was lost in the game plan. And I'm interested to see as this game goes forward, as they get more comfortable, as he gets more comfortable, hopefully, what the plan is there. The weird thing with DeJuan Jones, I don't know why he's okay to play some snaps, but not okay to play the others. I wonder if that's less about a health thing. And honestly, I'm leaning towards it being less about a health thing and more about a run blocking thing, right? James Hudson's a better run blocker than DeJuan Jones is at this point. And I think it might be something to do with that. And they know that DeJuan Jones is really good at blocking if you got to hold the ball for a couple extra seconds. So, in plays where they think that they're going to have to do that, they might use DeJuan. I don't know. They're trying to be creative out there. We'll see what that ends up being. But that's a little weird. But yeah, let's see how the defense comes out. Good field position. Hopefully they get a solid set here, force a punt, and then you can play with plus field position for the whole half, if you keep on that track. So not a terrible start there.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Popeye's Louisiana Kitchen. Love that chicken from Popeye. United Airlines. Good leads the way. And by FanDuel. Make every moment more.
I can solely ask who Dennis is that you.
The Browns met in Pittsburgh back in week.
I came solely to ask who Dennis is that you and Cole keep mentioning in your podcast, and why did you shout out? Oh, whoa, what happened? What happened?
He was not in the end zone.
What happened?
Inside the wall.
What happened? Oh my God. Oh, he was in the end zone. That's a sack. That's a sack. Challenge. That's a safety. He's down. That's a safety. That is a safety. That's 2 points. No, challenge that. That's a safety.
Pittsburgh wants to be aggressive throwing the ball, but what a spot that was there.
During the action, the officials covered up and actually placed the ball at that.
Oh, that's a safety. That is a safety.
So Najee Harris, the Browns think they have a safety again. And the officials are going to spot it just across the goal line.
No.
Down there, down.
They need to get this reviewed. That's a safety. How is that not a safety?
I think they had a case for a safety.
How is that not a safety? You should have challenged that.
And the ball in the end.
There was no forward progress.
I think Pittsburgh is fortunate that 2 points didn't go on the board there.
Now 3rd and 18.
And going gun deep in the end zone like this, that snap has to be good.
Moving pocket. Quick throws. And that diving grab is made.
Oh, they had a safety. They should have challenged it.
Harm's way. They pick up 6 yards.
I don't know what the argument is for that not being a safety.
Pittsburgh Steelers.
Not at all, but that was all just to create enough room, as you mentioned, out of harm's way and create room for the punter, Presley Harvin. And he has to go to that back line, know exactly where his feet are, and you don't take steps back. On the snap, make sure that you don't take a step back and put yourself over the end line for a safety.
James O'Shea waiting for it. Todd Higbee moves forward. Puts it in Cleveland.
All right.
That's where Cleveland's going to take over after the 43-yard kick. 3 and out for the Steelers. Browns have the football when we return to Cleveland.
Love you, Q. This one's going to be all right. See you at halftime. Appreciate you feeling dangerously 113. Yeah, I don't know what the argument is for that not being a safety. Looks like I'm in the highlights, boys. Appreciate you, Akinlon. Yeah, I don't know how that isn't a safety. I don't even know how you make the argument that it's not. Yeah, I mean, like the refs huddled and they still thought it wasn't a safety. And at that point, like even if you challenge, you're just going to be like, it was forward progress. Yeah, damn. Well, hey, get the ball to 50. Like the run play, I can see how that wasn't a safety, right? Because you could say that he squirted out there. I don't know. They just seem real hesitant to call safeties in the NFL in general. Like whenever it's a borderline case, they always give it to the not safety. But yeah, that was a safety. I don't know how that's not a safety. At no point is he out the end zone. Like at no point is he out the end zone.
Reputation early. Cleveland takes over at midfield.
Oh, we got a Wildcat in.
It's
like going Wildcat right out of it.
It is. Fake it to Moore. It's Fuller. Looping it to the outside.
Almost had the corner.
Let's take you back to
trade 2 points for 7. Let's F and go. Yeah.
Safety. Gene Steratore joins us right now. Take us through the play, Gene.
By rule, guys, the entire
So when he tucks
beyond or in the field of play, you can see when Myles Garrett initially hits Kenny Pickett, that football is not clearly in the field of play. You see that turn right there.
That should have been a safety.
Puts the ball in the end zone by rule. I think if Cleveland challenges that play, the result of that play becomes a safety.
They shouldn't have to challenge something that basic.
Cleveland Browns.
Stefanski threw the challenge flag, but the refs didn't acknowledge it. Wow, they didn't acknowledge it? Are you serious? All right, throw it. Got it, baby. First down. Let's go, Chief.
Thompson with the stop. The Browns in business with a first down.
Wow, so they threw the challenge flag. It didn't get acknowledged. Are you serious?
Position. So you think it's a lead run, and they fake it, and Njoku stays at the line of scrimmage.
Good throw.
A block there, and then leaks into the secondary and gives another easy throw.
Good stuff.
DTR. Dorian Thompson-Robinson just loop it to him for an ample pickup for the Cleveland Browns.
So first down, just shy of the 30-yard line for Cleveland. Working from the gun. DTR.
Good run. Way to go downhill with that one. Marcus Lindemann with the $5 super chat. Appreciate you, Marcus.
Defensively, as mentioned, Steelers are going deeper.
2nd and 5. We're doing a good job staying ahead of the sticks.
Montravius Adams is out once again. Cole Holcomb done for the year. Quan Alexander done for the year. Neal placed on IR with a rib injury. Micah Fitzpatrick is out once again.
Yeah, it's not just, you're replacing players, it's the communication aspect.
That sack happened so fast, I didn't even see it.
On the defense, and guys playing in unfamiliar roles.
Second down and 5. Ford makes a cut.
Oh, stay on your feet. And that's a flag. Horse collar. It's 15.
Peterson. On bench.
They might pick that up. I don't think he got the face mask.
13-yard run.
That's on Pittsburgh.
A face mask.
15, half the distance. All right.
Antonio, he comes and leads, number 7.
Yep.
There's the face mask.
Hey, they finally called a face mask on Pittsburgh.
Left hand and twisting him around. A good call by the officials catching the open field, but what a jump cut by Jerome Ford to create the play in the hole after reading off the block of Joe Petonio, number 75.
Single setback is Ford. First and goal at the 6. They shift Bryant to the backfield. Give it to Ford.
He pushing.
And go. Lean forward inside the 5.
Does the Bengals GM need to be fired for the backup quarterback situation for a QB that's been injured since the start of the season?
We're seeing a lot of run offense.
Hey, man, if these backup quarterback takes that people had Dashley for the Browns are all of a sudden not very valid for the Cincinnati Bengals. I wonder why it's changed.
Offensive lineman at the fullback. He used Harrison Bryant, the tight end back there, as a fullback on that run. And now they're going Wildcat again with Ford.
Second goal. So let's snap the Ford. Still trying to bring him down.
All right, we at the 1.
To it.
Kareem and Nick Harris come on the field. Kareem and Nick Harris come steal this one.
Combine on a hit. That's a 3-yard pitch.
Thomas Dalton, do touchdowns not fall under scoring plays reviewed? Well, if it was called a safety, it would be reviewed. But if it's not called a safety, it's not a scoring play. It doesn't automatically get reviewed. Good job by Jerome Ford staying north.
Extended on the high side of the runner, and he just bounces off and tucks inside for additional yardage. You got to hit it in the hole and put it down there.
Extra blocker is Nick Harris. Hand it off. Ford five. Is brought down inside the 1.
Go for this. Kareem.
I say you go get it if you're Cleveland. I say you right here, you go get it. Even though it's a formidable defensive front. Look at everyone in the hole. And look at the effort. Ogunjobi, 99.
Nah, he didn't get it.
Riley, 37, trying to turn his body so the ball doesn't get over the goal line. Pittsburgh hangs in there, but if I'm Cleveland, I could get it right now.
That's the thought process from Stefanski and the Browns. Flag down on 4th and goal.
We have a challenge flag that he got in.
I believe that's the case.
All right, we're going to look at this. I think there's it might be a tiny slither of that ball.
Initial look at it.
Ruling on the field of the runner short of the goal line is being challenged by Cleveland. Timeout.
Sean Hockenly.
Good job there throwing that challenge flag late if you're Kevin Stefanski, because you want to also see what Pittsburgh's trying to do against that look that you have. Right? They know that you're running that Kareem Hunt, Nick Harris short yardage play. That's been your bread and butter on this situation. So you're going to go back to it. What you want to see is how Pittsburgh runs it. So you throw the challenge flag a little late to get that play off a little bit to see what they're trying to do, just in case you don't get this challenge. And if you do, you feel like, okay, is there something that we can do a variation off of? Are they crashing too hard to the center? Can we not win that battle? Or can we toss this to the side because one of their linebackers isn't paying attention? So I like the challenge there. It might have went in though. I think there's a good chance of his forward progress across the like maybe 5 blades of grass in that end zone. It depends on where the ball is or where his helmet is or where his elbow is, because his elbow did cross the plane. I don't know if you can locate the ball in those cameras. Now, they called it. They threw the challenge flag. They think they saw something, but we'll see. All right, we'll see what this challenge is. I think there's a decent chance that they might overturn it. I mean, goal line plays are pretty easy, right? But
NFL on CBS.
oh, they called it a touchdown. Good challenge.
The official 5G.
That's touchdown. It's 6, baby.
NFL,
6 on the board. 6 on the board.
where now meets next.
Now, Sean Hockley just made the announcement. They have determined that the right arm crossed the goal line with the football.
Hey,
They thought
Brown's starting this game off perfectly right now. Perfect start to this game.
Cleveland is on the board. 6-0 lead for the Browns, and now Dustin Hopkins is on for the extra point. So Cleveland strikes first, Chiefs territory.
7. There we go, baby.
Watch the sequence of replays.
Hey, real talk, even if it wasn't a touchdown, they had to give us a touchdown because they didn't call that safety a safety.
We got it shot up here from above. When you see Jerome Ford go in there, and Sean Hawkins
Hey,
said on this
and what I say in my film breakdown, if you guys watched it yesterday, that's clearly a touchdown. What did I say in my film breakdown, if you watched it yesterday, was the one thing about Jerome Ford is his legs don't ever stop churning. You saw that a couple times in this drive, and just look at those legs. He just keeps moving those damn legs, and it just pays off for him.
from our opposite goal line shot, and I felt like it was a good bowling and a good challenge really by Cleveland for the touchdown.
And an eruption for this Browns crowd as well. So maybe not the celebration that they thought it would be on the initial run, but they'll take it. 7 points on the board, Charles.
They'll take it delayed. Otherwise, doesn't matter. Points still on the board, but how interesting. Didn't challenge the safety that Gene determined definitely would have been a safety, or should have been a safety call. But able to get the challenge there on a tough call on the goal line, and there was enough there for them to get it. Cleveland up early.
So now Cleveland's going to kick it off with Hopkins. McFarland is the deep man standing 4 yards outside the goal line.
Remember that pump by Bojorquez.
Great pump by Bojorquez to set that up. And then, I mean, that sack by Myles Garrett on that first play happened so fast you couldn't even see it.
A lot of bodies, a lot of mass in there. As Gene Steratore told us,
Yeah, got in right there. Boom, right there. That's a touchdown.
you were able to see it.
That's a touchdown.
The ball broke the goal line. There's enough there for him to break the goal line. Right there. Ball in his right arm, as they talked about, and gave Cleveland the early points.
This week against Green Bay, Steelers scored touchdowns in their first 2 possessions, so they weren't playing from behind like they had been the previous
Jeez, Miles is just bullying Dan Moore. Love that you saw a post on who's best linebackers on Twitter. Said, I got 2 hours of time for my Roquan agenda. Hey, look, man, people was calling me crazy when I was doing this to Allen Robinson a couple years ago. Now they say that I saw the future, right? I'm just telling y'all what it is with Roquan.
7-0 over the Giants. Miami called him the part of the acting commission this week. Back to Miami.
Doug Peterson had some words this week as well, motivating his team, calling them out. It's a give to Harris, and he has picked the first down across the 35-yard line for a gain of 5.
All right, step him out here.
Outstanding season in this Cleveland back line.
So you said that Peterson said, no more Mr. Nice Guy?
No,
And I think what he was trying to have his team understand the urgency of the situation, where they are, and what's out there for them, the potential for what they can do. But you can't just coast and hang out. You got to go season. They're starting to do that today.
he was being Mr. Honest.
He absolutely was.
3.5 to play in this opening quarter. Steelers trying to get a flow here offensively after the rough opening drive. Trickery.
That stopped, baby. That stopped. That stopped. Behind the line of scrimmage, too, is 2nd and 11.
Denzel Ward, first man over there. It's a loss of 1.
Yeah, what they're trying to do is have this fast-flowing Cleveland defense make an initial false step so you can get blocking angles on them. But they're so fast and able to make the move, and Denzel Ward not pulled, and George Pickens going with the Superman jump again. The Steelers fond of that move. Doesn't matter who the player or position. They love to fly over, but Cleveland not fooled, stayed at home on that one.
Jalen Warren.
Oh, nowhere for Jalen Ward to go. Oh my goodness. Ran into a wall of Cleveland Browns defenders. Wow.
Delpit, no gain.
Not a single inch of room for Greg Newsome. I mean, for Jalen Ward, as that was sniffed out entirely. My goodness.
And then all three getting there, no place to go after that. Jim Schwartz is there in Pittsburgh to run the football inside and try and stay with it. Because if you throw it to the perimeter, he thinks his guy's going to get there and make plays.
5 defensive backs here for the Browns. This is a 3rd and 11 with under 2 minutes to go.
They got to call timeout. They got to call timeout. They got to call timeout. They're down to 1 timeout. Crowd's too loud for them.
Using their 2nd timeout.
And that
Back to
back
30 seconds.
sideline, didn't it?
It did. 30 seconds after this.
This crowd's incredible right now. The people in the stadium, look, they heeded Kevin Stefanski's call, got there early, and they're getting rewarded for getting there early. Browns up 7-0 on the Pittsburgh Steelers, and this defense is playing as motivated as you've seen them. One of the things you worried about with Deshaun Watson going out was, hey, was this team going to stay motivated? And I think that might have been a question for people who have not watched this team closely all year. But if you've watched this team closely all year, you know that they've stayed motivated through circumstance after circumstance. It's no surprise they came out here firing.
Coach, you and I, along with Evan Washburn, worked the Week 1 game against Cincinnati, sat down with the Browns, and they talked about this renewed energy on defense, the plan that Jim Schwartz had. It's played out exactly as they said it would.
You're exactly right about that. And at the time,
Hey, we're going to do that invert Tampa 2, ain't we?
over the course of this season, they know they have it.
3rd down and 11. After the timeout, Pickett tosses it to Schwartz.
Nope. Off the field.
First down. Delpit, the safety, with another tackle.
Good job.
Pick up 4th down for Pittsburgh.
And that was Cleveland just dictating on that one. Look what they lead the NFL in. A lot of categories. 3rd down percentage is a huge one. People are getting less than 30% of their 3rd downs. 3-and-out percentage, that was in the high 40s. Not giving up explosive plays. And they just dictated on that one. Of course, another
Target. High kick, crochet.
Be smart.
Secures it at the 10. 47-yard punt.
Miles, I said I'll show you who's better on the first play. Yeah, Myles Garrett was just, I got to go back and look at that. Because how the hell did he almost beat Kenny Pickett to his drop. And he came from the outside. Like, what happened on that play? Somebody send me the clip of that on Twitter because I have to see what happened on that play. That was nasty. That's crazy. Yeah, that was a safety though. But yeah, I just going back to the effort on that sack. Like, how did he get there that fast? Like, I was on here, I was looking here, I was like, okay, I got like 2 seconds before anything happens. And by the time I looked up, Myles Garrett had sacked. I was like, what the? I didn't get to see it live. Like, that's how fast that sack happened. Like, I've never seen something happen that fast. I mean, Myles Garrett. Incredible. Myles Garrett is incredible. Hey, what up, big dog? DTR not looking bad today, Sleep Leo. He hasn't been asked to do much, but you know what? What he's been doing, it's been enough. And that's exactly what you want to get out of DTR, right? It's the Jacoby Brissett plan. Put him on that Jacoby Brissett plan, and I think you'll be able to take care of things. Myles Garrett got poked in the eye. He'll be all right. That's crazy. There was this defense is focused. And the offense looks pretty good too. The run game looking great as it's had for a little while now. I mean, you look at the post-bye week numbers of this Cleveland Browns run game, even without Nick Chubb, because Nick Chubb obviously got hurt week 2. So the post-bye week numbers, they're averaging 151 yards per game, which is only 3 yards down from where they were with Nick Chubb. And they have the same amount of rushing touchdowns on average than they would have with Nick Chubb. This run game, man, I mean, all the numbers bear it. It's a good run game.
Browns take over at their own 10-yard line. Nick Harris, extra offensive line.
Good cut there by Pierre Strong to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Stood on the play by Alex Highsmith and limited to a gain of 1. Downstairs to Evan Washburn.
Well, I'm part of Dorian Thompson-Robinson being better prepared for his second career start. Full command of these long, wordy Browns offense play calls. So he took a page out of Kirk Cousins' playbook. Saw something in that quarterback show, the All Access show this summer. He would listen to himself call back the plays while he was driving his car. So he has a full command, much like you do when you listen to your touchdown calls while you're driving around Jersey.
Yeah, well, Evan, that's not for public consumption.
Oh, low off.
Alex is off of Njoku.
Low off.
You know,
Calm it down.
the offensive coordinator,
Calm it down, DTR.
when they knew that he was going to start, he gave him plays the night before, the game plan, and told him, that was a little inaccurate there, told him, come back tomorrow having this totally memorized. And he did. And he said, I knew right then and there, this is a different young man than we had in the Baltimore game. The preparation had really jumped up.
I think some Browns fans were shocked when T.J. Walker wasn't named the starter because he had been the starter replacing Watson previously. But it shows you the work that Thompson Robinson put in. On 3rd and 9, really close after the grab, but he didn't quite get there.
Not quite. They're probably going to bring up a punting situation because if you're Cleveland,
We go Nick Harris here?
Kevin Stefanski likes to go for stuff. But down here,
They're going to try to get him to jump. They're going to use the quarter.
Have to snap the ball.
No, just going to come up here and let the quarter run out. I'm expecting a punt on the other side.
And the Steelers are not going to bite. So it'll be 4th down and less than a yard to start the second quarter with the Browns in front 7-0. AFC North action today from Cleveland. We're back after this.
All right. Second quarter, next. First quarter went about as good as you could hope, right? Moving the ball down the field, taking advantage of short fields, good special teams, great defense. I think you've allowed 1 first down in this quarter. You've had 2 safeties technically. Well, I mean, not technically, but you had 2 safeties. You've been able to get Pittsburgh behind the sticks, and then offensively, you've been able to get ahead of the sticks, most first downs. So this is the game plan coming into it, right? I remember talking about this earlier this week to you guys. You want the Browns to get ahead of the sticks early on these downs offensively. If you stay ahead of the sticks, good things happen. You keep that run game going, good things happen. It's about the ability to get positive yards on first down. It's going to dictate the flow of this offense. If you're able to get 4 or 5 yards on first down consistently, the flow of this offense is going to be fine. DTR is going to be able to do the things that he's comfortable doing, and you will find yourself having success. I think DTR is getting some of those rookie anxiety shakes out. It's his first big game at home. And it's the first time he's truly prepared to not just be the starter for a game, but to be the starter for the rest of the season. So I imagine he's got a lot of extra energy in him. And that'll calm itself down by the time we get later into this game, right? The first couple drives are always going to be where you worry about getting the most jittery stuff out of him. And he's had a couple of those jittery throws where he's a little overexcited, overthrows something simple. I imagine he's going to clean that up as the game goes on. But yeah, right now I think he's making smart decisions. He's being poised enough with the football, and I think that poise will come back the longer he plays and gets settled into this football game. But again, you have a lot around him to be able to support him. And first and foremost, it starts with the defense, and then the running game, and then the offensive line, and so on and so forth. But right now, the Browns doing everything they want to do in this game. Now, obviously, 7 points is not going to be enough to win a football game unless you think you're going to shut out the Pittsburgh Steelers, which I don't believe has happened in a very long time. So you want to have more than 7. I would want to get to at least 22 to feel comfortable about your chances to win, but you're 7 points on your way, right? You just got to continue to execute, play defense. Maybe you get a defensive score here or there, but just continue to play good football.
They lead at 7-0 over the Steelers. Cleveland lined up on 4th and
love that DTR is targeting Njoku. He's the man. Yes.
Never intending to run the play, so they run it with Bojorquez.
And he's got him going back. Good punt. Good punt. And that's into 15. That just flipped field. Great punt there by Bojorquez. Wow.
Let's take a look at our next-gen stats powered by AWS.
Well, coming to the game, and Dan Moore's had his struggles
My
overcome
God.
with Myles Garrett. And one of the things Pittsburgh talked about is you have to have 4 hands on Myles Garrett in every pass play, meaning 2 people. Didn't happen.
Just beat him.
Been a safety. Turned out to be a sack for negative yardage near the goal line. No one is yet.
Hope DTR and Tillman get their first touchdowns today. Absolutely.
He's not on the field right now. They were dealing with his right eye earlier. Hand off to Najee Harris. There's a running lane, and Harris gets through it for a strong gain of 9 yards. That was a 65-yard punt from Bojorquez to set up the Steelers deep in their own territory. This was earlier. And eventually Garrett made his way into the blue pop-up tent. So he's trying to wash something out of his eye.
He got a helmet on.
Be able to get back out there for his teammates. But how about that first run for Pittsburgh? Best field position he kind of started with in this game. And a good run on first down. Good strong one to give him 2nd and short.
Alex Wright is in for Myles Garrett. This is a 2nd and 1 now for Pittsburgh. Pick the hand. Pick it. Knocked down.
3rd down.
10-year veteran gets there.
Good job. Great hands there.
Shelby Harris has been around, been with the Raiders, the Broncos, the Seahawks. And one thing
And just good job getting those hands up, killing the screen right there.
pass is broken up.
And then the Browns got so much pressure on that screen. You notice Kenny Pickett has to throw that ball way too early. I mean, like, Najee's not even turned around in the spot for the screen.
Turns up 3rd and 1 for Pittsburgh. Just underway here in the 2nd quarter. Steelers have just 25 yards of offense. Motion man Moore and a jet sweep. Wins his match.
The Steelers' offense is so bad, man. If their D doesn't get a lot of turnovers, this is a below 500 team. They've gotten outgained by 865 yards.
For an NFL Today update.
Yep, but you got to avoid those turnovers against Pittsburgh, right?
He was, but how about Aiden O'Connell, the rookie?
Good ball here.
46 yards for Devontae Adams for a touchdown. Raiders take the lead over the Dolphins, 10-7.
Ryan Egan, Charles Davis, and Evan Washington. There is belief there right now in Las Vegas that Aiden O'Connell can handle this in his rookie season.
Belief with relief. Powerful combination there. That team seems to be playing much freer and easier.
Play clock winding down once again. Steelers didn't get the play up in time. Pickett tosses it underneath.
I mean, let it stand. Let it stand. They got a break.
Flags flew.
Backstretch had it.
Before the snap, delay a game by the offense. It's a 5-yard penalty. It's 1st down. The play did not happen. 1st down.
It didn't happen. Erase it from your memory.
At the game clock.
Like being in court, strike it from the record. And then you tell the jury to disregard what they heard. Okay.
But yet we're showing it, but it didn't happen.
Boy, this Browns defense has them backpedaling already.
Making sure the snap doesn't come in time and throwing the flag. And that's Matt Canada, the offense coordinator for Pittsburgh. He knows how tough it is to try and run the ball inside against Cleveland, trying to find openings more towards the perimeter.
Pickett sets fires to the sideline, caught by Pickett. And he gets
Short.
hit before he gets the 1st down. This Steelers team has been outgained in all 9 of their games to open up the season. They have the best record in NFL history under those circumstances. They're 6-3.
Yeah, they really want to get
Yeah,
rid of
Miles and Za'Darius both ain't out there. They're just getting their rest right now.
If they can make it into the playoffs, as you get deeper into the season. Mike Tomlin talked about it this week with Kenny Pickett. But what about the spot right there? Did he not get there? Did they determine that he stepped out of bounds before he reached?
The sweep against the grain.
All right. Stop him there. Miles is back. Miles is back.
He is really dynamic and powerful.
I think I caught you there. Did you say Stiff Armstrong?
Yes.
Like Stretch Armstrong? I love it.
Well, that was my favorite.
I love it. I had it. I had one as well. But the best part was exactly as you described. That young man, by way of Utah State, a junior college before that, and Oklahoma State, undrafted free agent, number 30 in white, has made himself into a top-level NFL runner.
Give it to Warren again.
All right. Got to stuff one of these. Get him out of these runs. Stuff one of these. Don't let him get first down runs.
And you know what they say about the best runners? They finished all runs.
Way to stay with it, Denzel.
And look at it, just continuing to fight off Denzel Ward, who hung in there for the fight the entire way. He wasn't backing down either. And George Pickens says, yes, that's right. Flex, because that's what you do so well. Jalen Warren, Najee Harris, 1-2 combination in Pittsburgh, essentially splitting the snaps nowadays for the Steelers.
Second down and 4 here for Pittsburgh. Motion man is Austin Pickett.
It's a bad throw there by Kenny Pickett.
Looking for Pickens. Words being exchanged with him and Grant Delpit.
3rd and 4.
Back out there. That ball, see if it was tipped.
Yep.
Just enough, right?
By Shelby Harris.
Again, yes, getting another one. Another pass broken up.
Yep.
That's part of the problem for Pittsburgh. Last week against Green Bay, they went 8 straight possessions, going 3 and out. That's not 3 and out, but not picking up the 3rd down. And that's something that has to be corrected for this offense to get fully in motion.
Kenny Pickett, 13 touchdowns, 13 interceptions.
Woo! JOK climbed over somebody. Show the replay. JOK climbed over somebody.
Steelers.
And this is what Mike Tomlin talked about. This
Look at this shit. Look, out the double mug look. He climbs over Jalen Warren to get that high pressure there. I mean, just great job by this Browns defensive line, just continuing to put the pressure on him. Now, hey, watch out. Pittsburgh's punter's good.
Keep things moving. You can't always get into the 4th quarter and expect to have a miracle finish.
And already the 3rd punt of the afternoon for Presley Harvin the 5th. Crochet. Another fair catch for him after the 30.
All right, we got to get out this field position here.
The Browns are going to have it at their
If you got a screen, call it here, 1st down. Anthony Walker has a hamstring injury right now. He's questionable to return. So that's one of the news things that's broken a little bit. Yeah, you want to make sure you stop their run game. Don't let them get them first downs. I mean, the Browns have like a couple drives every game where they let teams think that they could gash them, and then they start shutting it down. But so far, so good. Good start by this team. Real good start by this team. I mean, I couldn't be happier. Yeah, the D is just ferocious right here. Yeah, well, I want to see out this drive. Look, you're starting at the 10. But it's the same principles as always. It's not like you're backed up at the goal line. Just try to get 5 yards on 1st down. You get 5 yards on 1st down. You set yourself up for 2nd and 3rd. And you just continue to push the ball downfield. I think right now, if you're the offense, what you want to do is give your defense a nice long rest. So just like a long drive of just being out there, like keep the offense off the field. We'll keep the Steelers offense off the field. And allow your defense to rest because they've been ferocious for the 1st quarter of this game. And you just want to make sure that they don't get tired out there. You saw that part of the reason Pittsburgh Pittsburgh had a lot of success on that drive was because they had to sit Miles and Za'Darius for like half of it, right? You want this defense to be able to get their rest. And that's the case with Myles Garrett, Za'Darius, everybody else. You want to be able to make sure that you're not running guys out there super tired and forcing this defense to be, over capacity. And that's when things usually break. So again, if you're the Browns, just nice long drive here, get a first down on not get a first down, but get 5 yards on first down. Keep moving the ball. All right, 3 on first.
2.5 yards on the play hit by Nick Herbig for Pittsburgh. Browns had 373 yards of offense last week. It was the second half where Deshaun Watson probably had his best stretch of football as a Brown. Ironically enough, he was 14-14.
And it was a 14-14 where those throws did damage downfield. When this just swings and check downs, and then his running ability as well, despite his injuries.
Second down and 8. Here's Strong back in there. Toss it back away.
Good run. Oh, my God. He has no contact balance. Man, I'm so stressed. Chris Cusafaro. Hey, it's game day. All right, 3rd and 5. He has no contact balance whatsoever. My God.
Watch it right here. He's going to come down the line of scrimmage, number 97 in white. If he doesn't make this tackle,
just run through it, dog. It's an arm tackle.
to the secondary. Offensive lineman downfield to help him with blocking. But can't hit him. Looking like a defensive back in the open field. Puts him on the ground.
Took down and 4 for Cleveland. Johnson Robinson on the give for 4. Nothing doing. Steelers were ready. Hold them to a gain of 1.
All right, you got a punt.
Again in on the stop. And the Browns go 3-0.
And boy, things changed when number 97 came back into the lineup for Pittsburgh in their run defense, didn't it? Because that was what we call a light box.
Another stop.
And I think that they went to a count there and said, that box is lighting up on 3rd and 4. We should run it. We can't favor a one-man run defense. And, well, it may be a light box, but I'm a heavy man.
Well, Hurricanes has been terrific so far. A log of 65 and a well-placed punt in the first quarter. Austin waiting for it. Goes back to the 20. Austin, middle of the field. Slow down and hit. As he crossed the 30-yard.
Oh, was that the long snapper?
51-yard punt, a 12-yard return. McLeod with the stick.
Oh, okay, that was Ronnie McLeod.
The Browns have a 7-0 lead on the Pittsburgh Steelers. More second quarter action in a moment.
All right, continue to play defense. Eventually here, you're going to want another long drive here by the offense. And I think also eventually, look, you don't got to open it all the way up. I'm not suggesting that you drop back and throw this thing deep and do all that. Nah, I'm not saying that. But you do got to open it up a little bit for DTR to get these linebackers off of crashing, right? Because right now they can play so close to the line of scrimmage and get away with it because you're not stretching them. Look, DTR is good from 1 to 20, right? But you can use the edges of those 20. He's still very good at the edges of that 20. He's just not good plus 30, in my opinion. So you can still use the edges of those 20s, and I think you're going to have to get a couple of those throws in this game to get Steelers defense to back off a little bit. So I think that's going to be a huge part of this. Missy Elliott got a commercial. Shout out to her. But yeah, they got to hit that next one because right now Pittsburgh's not really letting you have anything easy, short. And, I understand you just want DTR to play protection with the game, but you also gotta back him off a little bit to run this ball. And I think you got to hit a couple of those in order to get that. Luckily, you're not playing from behind. So you just got to do what you got to do. But it's where the game is right now.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks. Please gamble responsibly. Walmart. Welcome to your Walmart.
It's so funny whenever they show Tower City on TV and they call it the arcade and like make it seem like it's this magical spot in Cleveland. It's like, nah, it's not. It's a dead mall with like a rainbows in it. Like,
Opened in 1890, the first indoor shopping center in America. My wife has done some damage in there. On a first down for Pittsburgh.
where's the Darius?
Najee Harris in the backfield. Harris keeps those legs moving.
Got to get him on first contact though. Can't keep letting that shit happen.
Tackle made by Denzel Ward along with Dalvin Tomlinson. We check in with that.
Well, Browns defensive signal caller Anthony Walker Jr. currently in the locker room. He's dealing with a hamstring injury, listed as questionable to return. So Sione Takitaki takes over that green dot duty, fellas.
Yeah, moves back to the inside spot. Against a heavy run team, Taki, that's his game, number 44 in Brown. He likes to take out those big offensive guards and ball carriers.
Second down and 5 for Pickett. Steps up. Pickett will run for the first down. The slide right at the line again.
Remember, it's where you start the slide, not where you end up.
And a new set of downs here for Pittsburgh.
Yep.
It's first down.
Good job by the officials spotting the ball.
All right, stop him here.
Pickett only had 126 yards through the air last week in that win over Green Bay. The formula has been.
Hey, watch the man beater. Allen Robinson in the slot. Watch the man beater.
The run game is taking care of the business and the defense.
Get him on first contact, man. Got to get him on first contact.
As he crosses the 45-yard line, that combination of Harris and Warren, they basically called them both starters last week, and I think that was an homage to Warren for the work that he's put in and the fact that they have a good relationship. And right now, the running game between the two of them is working.
It is, and it works better there than it should have. Maurice Hurst had that play in the backfield, finished off. And Najee Harris able to get outside and pick up 4 yards on a run that should have got negative.
Second down and 6. Fake it. Flip it. Keep it. Into Cleveland territory at the 49-yard line. That's a gain of 4.
All right, third down. Get him off here.
About what's working, what's not working.
Where's Darius Smith?
Look, I want to play better. We're winning games, and that's the best part. And you can feel it permeating through the team, I believe. But that doesn't mean I don't want to go out and perform at a higher level.
And I think
No way they're not running this, right?
because Jim Schwartz, according to
There's the Darius.
talked about Kenny Pickett being more of a runner earlier in his career. Now he wants to scramble the throw. But today, he will take the
Oh,
try and get yardage.
there he is.
At that time, it's a huge loss. Miles
Big play there.
Owusu-
That was mainly Owusu Koromoa and Obo Okoronkwo. Myles Garrett just sets in inside to clean it up here.
Is willing to take off.
But look at this.
Okay, let me sit extra.
Yeah, that's going to be a solo sack for Owusu. For Obo Okoronkwo. A big play there.
Number 54. And then Owusu Koromoa to add to it. No place to move.
Hit from Hartman, and Crochet brings it in at the 18-yard line.
All right, a little bit better field position here.
Cleveland maintains it 7-0.
All right, DTR, get comfortable, man. Get comfy, baby.
Where's me to live?
Right now, your magical first can be extra special with this 50% off kids play and dine offer.
My name is Josh Snugget. and I'm the owner at Isla Venera Boutique Hospital. I was 5, 6 years of age, and I knew that I was going to be a vet. Once Alexandra called me to let me know that Bank of America had approved my loan, it was important to me.
We not only just provide the financing piece, we do everything that we can to surround them with the right people.
All you need is a perfect, amazing team that will guide you through the right steps to be successful. And that's what Bank of America was for me.
Game, baby. We got the team, we got the scheme. This year, we're going all the way.
We're going all the way, too.
We can see it.
Sounds great.
Game day is a we thing, and Smirnoff has a drink for every team.
Get that no sleep new dad sack. But yeah, so far so good for the Browns here. I think they're giving up a little bit more on the ground than they would want to. And I think they'll key in on that as the game goes on. I mean, that's not the first time it's happened where somebody's been able to run in the first half or run in the first quarter or something like that against this Browns defense. But it's been a really good game. Myles Garrett playing a great game right now. You're getting a great game for your defense. Offensively, you're getting about what we expected. Got the touchdown with the good field position, which was really good. But now, right here, I would love a long drive here to get about 3 or 7 to support this defense because, they've had to go out there basically on 2 short drives of 2 shortened rests. So if you are the Browns offense, you want to also think about starting to support your defense and kind of extending a drive here so you can give them some rest. It's no lie that the bulk of this game is going to be done on the defensive end. That's the plan without Watson. But in order to do that, you need to play some level of complementary football. And right now, what will complement the defense is just taking care of the ball and having a nice long drive here.
We have 7 points. We have 7 punts. 8 drops.
Oh,
That ball bounces off.
gotta catch that.
More should have been caught.
Gotta remember, too, these wide receivers are adjusting to a new quarterback, right? This is not P.J. Walker, it's not Deshaun, so it's a different ball that they have to catch. They're going to get some things like that, too.
Knocking it back almost like a volleyball right over the net with 2 hands. He just didn't get comfortable with it on that one. And that's one where they need it right out of the gate on 1st and 10. Because this Browns team, if you're playing Pittsburgh and who you are, you need to score some points and get yourself a cushion. Because if Pittsburgh gets it into the 4th quarter, that's when they are comfortable. That's when they make their biggest plays.
Good throw. There it is. Good job, Moore. Way to bounce back.
Hit by Casey on the play. That's good for 11 yards for Cleveland. So far, very conservative for Thompson Robinson and the Browns, but it's been working. It's been effective enough.
And it's the right play because that's what Kevin Stefanski and his team have done. You play the game to the strength of your team. What's the strength of Cleveland's team? It's their defense. So right now, Kevin Stefanski is calling plays to take care of a young quarterback who needs confidence and make sure they turn it over. And you protect your defense. Don't put them in bad positions by turning it over deep in their own territory with crazy plays.
Browns did work out veteran Joe Flacco this week.
Good block. Good block, Till. Good block, DTR. Way to put your shoulder into somebody, man. Good block, T. Good shit. Hey, look, he did this in the preseason, but he didn't lay a good block when he did it in the preseason. This time, he really puts his body into this. Look at this. 17 comes around on this end around and really lays into somebody. Like, that's a good block, like a legitimately good block from 17.
Receiver first in high school before becoming a quarterback. And they always talk about he plays the game with an edge. We saw that edge on display.
8 yards after the first play.
Let it get north-south. First down. First down, Reem.
And he should.
No, he's got it.
Landon Roberts.
He's got it.
They spotted.
He's got it.
Beneficial spot here.
He slipped out.
They had lost a little bit on that one. I thought Ogunjobi 99 was in there early and cleared the way for Roberts. Watch at the end of the line of scrimmage. That's Ogunjobi, number 99, came through the middle. But he was able to slip through there and make it. He got more out of it again than we expected.
That's what Kareem does.
For a first down. 3:22 and counting left in his first half. Punt remains in there. Our motion man is Tillman for Cleveland. They have 114 yards. Pittsburgh has 65. Thompson Robinson too high. With a flag down, it was
Defensive holding.
Cooper matched up with a rookie out of Penn State, Joey Porter Jr.
And one of the things that you get out of Joey Porter Jr., you get a lot of athletic ability, a lot of talent, but he can be very grabby too.
Holding. Defense number 24. It's a 5-yard penalty. Automatic. First down.
And that's not an NFL thing for him. A lot of times these youngsters come in from college and they're really grabby because they don't get off of the 5-yard rule. They don't understand the 5-yard rule as well as they should, because in college, you can have hands on a receiver all the way through.
Okay, that's why it was high. He was trying to get it over the line of scrimmage, just couldn't layer it back down.
2 seasons ago at Penn State, cleaned it up overall
That makes sense.
last year. But here in the early going in his NFL career, still a little bit on the grabby side, and it was detected on that one.
So first down for the Browns at the 44-yard line.
There we go. There we go. That's 6 there.
Made on that play as he got toppled over after the gain of 5.5. You have Michael Walker in there, you have Riley in there, you have Watt in there, and the clock is rolling. Under 3 minutes to go.
And this big offensive line for Cleveland, we know that they've undergone some real losses. Jedrick Wills at left tackle out right now. Ron Jones at right tackle who moved in for Jack Conklin, not going to play much today. But the interior, Posick, Wyatt Teller, and Joel Petonio, they are stout.
Back again. Stepped up. No gain on the play. So it's going to be 3rd down and 4 here for Cleveland.
All right, but we're going to take this to the 2. We're going to take it to the 2.
Looked like they were going to throw the football in what quarterback run game with Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Wouldn't be surprised if Kevin Stefanski wanted to come back with something similar, but maybe give him an option to throw it out into the flat as he moves a little bit. His movement skills are good as we hit the 2-minute warning.
All right. Well, got what I wanted out of this so far. You got a lot of time off the clock here. Gave your defense some time to rest and played the field position game here. Now that it's within the end of 2 minutes, field position matters significantly less, but still something that you want to get the benefit of. Right now, the Browns are playing the game that they want to play. Right? They came into Pittsburgh. They're playing a clean football game, and Pittsburgh has come in here, and they've been sloppy. Right. I think that's also been a huge part of this game. Good strategy putting Amari on the rookie. Yeah, I thought that would be something good for not only just the rookie, but JPJ is a especially handsy rookie, and a handsy guy like him on a vet like Amari Cooper, who's real physical, real good route runner. He's going to give him a couple tricks to get him to sell that hold that JPJ ain't used to yet. So I like that matchup there. But yeah, right now the Browns are playing the exact game that they wanted to come into playing against Pittsburgh. And right now Pittsburgh, they're playing a sloppy game, right? They're getting penalties on both sides of the ball, just not being ready, giving Miles a one-on-one for the first play of the game. It's just right now the Browns are playing a cleaner game of football, and they're playing very good on defense, and that's been the difference. So we'll see what happens. 1 timeout left within 2 minutes. I do think you're close to 4-down territory, but you also have to factor in you don't want to give up a field goal, and you've been a little leaky in the run game, and it's very feasible Pittsburgh can get 10, 15 yards on you just running it. So you have to see where Pittsburgh's at, how much time is left on the clock. But if you do get to a 4th and 1 in this same area of the field with like 30 seconds left, yeah, you go for it, right? But right now, if they don't get this, I do think they'll just punt to try to avoid giving up 3 points on the back end. Remember, the Browns got the ball to start the first half, so they will have to double defend coming out of the break. So they have to defend if they give this ball up here and defend coming out of the break. So something to keep in mind here.
Coach Cowher, scores, highlights, all coming up on the Verizon halftime report.
The big guy, DeBron Jones at right tackle.
3rd down and 4, 2 minutes to go. Thompson
Oh, you got it.
for the first down.
Don't hurt yourself now, kid.
Stefanski, what does DTR bring? He said, great mover, accurate when he's on time, and excellent decision making.
And do you remember this play at all? First series of the ball game, right?
Yep.
Just can we not do that though? You know what I mean?
And how about a little power to run through Trent Thompson, who's in there playing for the injured Keanu Neal?
Hey, he's young. He can do it now.
Under further review.
What's under review?
The review has to be the spot. That's good aggressive running by Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
So another look at where he goes down.
Ball.
First down.
Arm as he goes to the sideline.
That's first down.
Reaching. Based on where that
That's a first down.
is, certainly looks like it should be a first down.
They're taking a look.
Okay, more rest for the defense. Man, don't put your shoulders out. Can we tell all the quarterbacks though? Like, hey man, we'll sneak it on fourth down, big dog. It ain't that big of a deal. Like, you don't got to do it. You know what I mean? We just don't got to put our throwing shoulder into people's chest. Like, I feel like that's what Kareem Hunt's for. You know, Kareem ain't got to throw the ball, man. Nick Harris ain't got to throw the damn ball, man. Just like, let them do that. Let them take them hits. You know, like if you don't get the first down there, it's fine, dog. We close enough. We close enough. We go get it. I promise you, we go get it. We gonna get it, man. We gonna get it. You ain't got to do that. Because you go down, we level PJ Walker, dog. Like, hey, man, let's relax on that. The whole quarterback room. All of them have done it this year. I've seen Deshaun put his shoulder in somebody's chest. I've seen PJ. I've seen DTR do it. And can we just go down? We don't got to do it. I appreciate the first down. But also on the other hand, hey man, if it's fourth and a couple inches, it ain't the biggest deal in the world. That's what Harrison Bryant for. We got hitters on the squad for that kind of situation. We okay. We gon' be all right. We gonna get it. Kevin ain't gonna be scared to go for that, man. Like, we can go ahead and get that. You ain't gotta worry. Yeah, it's a first down, man. I don't see how they overturn that unless they're looking at like a procedural pen. I don't know what they could be looking at. That's reviewable.
These days, we're surrounded by family.
Lucky. Oh, great guess, everyone. Bravo.
Oh, running clock or not?
This is not hope, feels
CBK jumps the bomb Thursday, 9/8 Central, CBS.
Yeah, they're just from what I heard from Jared Mueller, who covers the team. He's at the game. Says they are just reviewing whether it was inbounds or out of bounds when he went down, not the spot, really. So running clock or not is on.
Two determinations were made during the timeout. He had enough for the first down. So they have a new set of downs.
And he was going forward.
Bound, so they have to take 10 seconds off the clock and start to roll it for Cleveland. To run forward.
He'll run.
Spins inside the 40. So we're now down to a minute 20.
We got 3 left.
A 7-yard gain by 4.
No, we got all the time in the world.
Now you see it from the perspective of the running back, seeing what's open. That's where the four.
Thompson Robinson. To the throws, catching by first down.
Yeah, we got all the time in the world.
To go in this first half. That's a 7-yard gain through the air.
And this is where the benefit of you being the starter all week long really comes into play.
Going for other teams, DTR will stand for the damn rookie because, hold on, wait.
In the Baltimore game, Thompson Robinson played 49 games.
Good throw. All right. Going forward for other teams, DTR will stand for that rookie because he will ball out for the remainder of the season with preparation. Absolutely. He looks really good right now.
Their first of the half. 30-second time.
8-yard pickup.
When he's on time, he throws that thing very hard. He's getting these slants on time. The zip looks good. This is the DTR that we saw in the preseason that we felt like was a better option than Josh Dobbs if somebody went down during the year. And right now, throughout the first half minus 44 seconds of it, we have to see if he finishes it. He's been living up to that bill. This is exactly who you thought you were getting. So right now we're going to get back to this game. They got 44 seconds, 2 timeouts left.
11th play of the drive, nearly 5 minutes off the clock. Ball now just short of the 24-yard line in Pittsburgh.
All right, you're in DTR's range here, right? He could score from any point.
Thompson Robinson. Dangerous pass with 2 defenders there. Njoku catches it. And they will have to use another timeout after the loss of 1 on the play.
Pittsburgh forced their hand on that. They bring the extra pressure just coming right at the quarterback. But watch Highsmith, 56. He got a pick 6 in their first game, and he reads this perfectly with Njoku. And somehow the ball sneaks in to Njoku's breadbasket.
Coming up for us at halftime report, JB and the gang back in New York. Latest
Just run it.
scores and highlights. Week 11, all coming up on the Verizon halftime report. Steelers trying to stop the Browns here on 3rd down and 3, forced them into a field goal. Cleveland has its eyes on extending the drive and getting a touchdown before the break.
These third manageables have been on the leg with Dorian Thompson Robinson. Let's see if they let him throw it here.
He's flanked by Brian. He does throw. And up for the first down.
Jeez, Njoku.
We're down to 30 seconds left.
You call a timeout here? Yep.
And they're going to use their final timeout.
Timeout, Cleveland. Their third and final timeout at the half. Please reset the game clock to 32 seconds. Thank you.
So they'll tack on 2 seconds. You're welcome, Sean Hockley.
That rapport you have doesn't matter who is leading the officiating crew. Always astounds me.
Jeez.
We know how to build that relationship. It's important to be cordial. It really is. And how about Njoku saying it's important to keep the legs driving and pick up additional yardage? And Pittsburgh understands Cleveland wants to throw the ball short. These guys are running good routes. And Dorian Thompson
Why are they blowing the whistle so much?
Pocket delivering good sharp throws to give his receivers opportunities. A lot of these short throws as this game goes on, I expect some pump and goes later on to try and get something big over the top.
But Cleveland is out of timeouts. They left them not to use the spike on the previous sequence.
Now you can spike it.
Now they go.
Inside the 10. We're down to 24 seconds left. Browns are trying to rush to the line.
Plenty of time. Just get set and get it done.
Thompson Robinson clocks it with 16 seconds on the clock.
Now Kevin Stefanski is the play caller, thinking himself 16 seconds. He really wants his touchdown. He understands the urgency of having.
All right, got to be in the end zone here.
Steelers team. He's watched the game films. He's seen the scores. He's seen in the fourth quarter. If it's close, Pittsburgh finds a way to come get you. I think he's thinking about his best pass play right now. He takes a shot at the end zone and try and get this thing done.
It is the 15th play of the drive. A 2nd and goal from the Pittsburgh 6. 16 seconds on the clock.
He's in gun, so quarterback draw is always in play for Cleveland.
Throw it up to Njoku here. Oh,
Incomplete.
that's a good ball, though.
Thompson, the replacement for Keanu Neal, gets it one-on-one with the tight end, and they hand fight each other.
Just a little off.
All the way through. I know people are going to want something, but there were hands from both sides.
Yeah, just a little off there.
The fact that the officials let them determine it, let them play it out. Njoku has his hands on Thompson. Thompson has his hands on him. I think it was on a flag, but I think they both played it out.
It was the club to the face that may have drawn the attention of these Browns fans.
Oh, well, there's a minor thing like that.
Thompson Robinson. Incomplete. Cooper in a matchup with Porter.
All right, take the field goal. That's fine.
And it's 4th down.
That's fine.
This is where the length of Joey Porter, look at him able to stay in there.
Yeah, he just didn't get it. The route was never going to get it. Yeah. Good route. Good cut. That was good defense by JPJ.
And the officials are going to let them fight it out.
The bend, don't break mentality for the Steelers. They've been riding that throughout the season. And now Hopkins on for a chip shot, 25-yarder at the end of the first half. He's been an outstanding pickup.
There we go. All right. That's good.
10-0 Browns, 5 seconds on the clock. They go 17 plays, 77 yards, 5 minutes and 24 seconds off the clock for Kevin Stefanski's team.
Thing was, he had time the first time. He just never believed he was going to play that week. We all thought Deshaun Watson was going to take those snaps on Sunday. And I guarantee you, when they walked in and told him he wasn't playing, that was a shock to his system, and he played that way. Not today. He's in control.
Good job, DTR. But that's exactly what you wanted to.
And it gives. You want to share? Yeah. Got a new dog. A mix of a beagle and a bulldog. He now has 3 dogs at his home.
I don't find that unusual. How many dogs you have? We have 4. We lost the big guy. We lost the Patreon. Down to 3.
So you can relate.
I can relate. Absolutely. Except we have a little more time. He's certainly studying playbooks and all that other stuff. Maybe I guess he's studying the playbook on his back.
All right, they're going to kneel this thing out. And look, I'm telling you right now, that is a massive drive by the Cleveland Browns. 10 or like it could have been 14. DTR threw a dot to David Njoku there, but I think just good job by the linebacker making sure David couldn't come out to that ball. Threw an absolute dot. It could be 14-0 right now, but it's 10-0. That's fine, right? You're up 2 scores. Your defense is dominating. And most importantly, right, the most important thing, you were able to get Pittsburgh no time, basically. They're going to have to kneel this out. I don't imagine them running a play here. They're going to have to kneel this out. Well, you get Pittsburgh to kneel it out, and also you give your defense basically about 5 minutes of game time rest plus halftime. Like a defense that looked like, hey, look, you got a couple 3-and-outs. They were starting to look a little tired. They were getting beat in the run game. It is going well. That is going really, really well. Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. You know what that drive felt like, right? Slide with the 0 turnovers, 0 penalties in the first half. Let's keep that up. Absolutely. But you know what that drive felt like? Hold on, let me set a timer for 13 minutes. You know what that drive felt like? That drive felt like when Jacoby Brissett was here, right? Where you would get those long 13 first down drives. Like that's good old reliable, classic Kevin Stefanski offense, classic, you know, how they used to use Jacoby Brissett, how they would use Case Keenum, how when Baker Mayfield played good, how he would be used within this offense, all those things. He said Joey Porter Jr. holds every play. He's a good corner. He uses his depth. I like Joey Porter Jr., to be honest with you. I think he uses his depth well, right? Like, I mean, uses his spacing well when it comes to playing wide receivers on the sideline. He really squeezes guys to the sideline. I thought in that one play with Amari Cooper, he did a great job of squeezing Coop to that line, to the sideline, to force there not to be too much space. I think that he does a great job of that. He is a little handsy where you want to go and attack Joey Porter Jr. isn't on the outside of the numbers. You want to attack him inside, right? You want to break him inside towards the hashes. And you see the Browns have had a lot of success breaking inside towards those hashes against the Steelers defense. And they're playing very well right now, offensively, defensively. I think that this is a good half of football. DTR is getting more and more comfortable, and I think as he gets more comfortable, he'll start to make more throws down the field, but he's starting to get into a good space here. Ooh, great throw by CJ Stroud. Goodness gracious. Jayon Luttrell says great clock management by Kevin Stefanski. These CEO game management type things were definitely a weakness early on. I say he's really grown into his job. The one thing we always forget with head coaches, because they are not drafted out of college, right? But your head coach, especially if he's not a retread, is a work in progress and can always improve. And Kevin Stefanski was a fairly young head coach, and he made some fairly young head coach mistakes early on. But the bones have been really good in his run and his foundation. I think you're starting to see that pay off, plus the things that he brings to the game. Ray Rag says, I would have never guessed DTR would have thrown 19 times in the first half and we're up 10-0. He looks comfortable. Hope it continues. Yes, he is playing that smooth West Coast style of football, right? Just slow it down, get 3-4 yards a chunk, maybe get 9 here, really let your wide receivers do most of the work. This is a West Coast offense doing West Coast offense things, and this is the perfect fit for a West Coast guy, quite literally out of Las Vegas, played for UCLA. But when it comes to skill set, he is the most West Coast guy that the Browns have on this roster. So again, you're able to play that West Coast offense with him. You're able to get away with that West Coast script, and I think he's doing a really good job executing that West Coast offense for this team, and you're starting to see it pay off on this drive here where he's able to go. And remember, that drive started at the 10. DTR drinking coffee on his break like another day at the office. Hey, DTR's calm out there, man. He's calm out there. Appreciate the super chat, Sleep Leo. But yeah, that's the thing that you have to remember. This drive started at the 10-yard line for the Cleveland Browns, and they drove, and that wasn't the opening drive. That was not a scripted drive, right? That was a late drive. Pittsburgh knew they needed to get the ball back, and you were able to just move the ball on them consistently down the field, and that's a very demoralizing thing. Also, put that on top of how much time you gave your defense to recover and rest. I mean, like, that's a great recipe right there. Jonathan Knowles says the safety PIs, Pittsburgh getting all the calls. Hey, man, it's hard to say Pittsburgh's getting all the calls, and right now we haven't had a penalty called against us. So, I mean, they're just not calling the big penalty stuff, but we're playing through it, man. We're playing through it, and that's all that matters. We can't complain about calls when we're up 10. We got to just play through it like we've been doing, and that's what the Browns are doing. They're just continuing to play through these calls, play through adversity. Kevin really got 2 playbooks. Love this team. Yeah, look, he was adjusting for the Deshaun Watson stuff, and then honestly, a lot of that stuff in the second half was some of that West Coast concept stuff that you were running here, and now DTR is in here doing the same thing. And look, people are going to be critical of it. Oh my goodness, you're not throwing the ball deep. You're not getting the deep average depth of target or whatever. But hey, man, if you're moving the football, if you're getting first downs, and if you're scoring on your drives, that's good football at the end of the day. And if you're winning football games, it's good football at the end of the day. So that's really what matters. Also, DTR outplaying Kenny Pickett so far. Let's effing go. Yes. I mean, that wasn't something that we thought was out the realm of reason here for DTR. But yeah, he's playing really well right now. Got to continue it, got to finish it, play 4 quarters. But right now, you like what you see from the young man. I think that this has been a really good first half for him. Got to continue this, right? Can't win the game because you played a good first half. Got to play a good second half as well. Last week, you didn't play a good first half, but you beat a team in the second half, right? We saw what happened to Baltimore, where they let a team hang around in that second half. So if you're the Browns, you got to get a stop here, get a 3 and out, get this ball back, score again, and you got to start putting this thing away from the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? You can't let them have hope. We know how the Steelers are. They will hang around and get on your nerves. So you got to put this thing away when you have the opportunity. Get that 3 and out to start this first half, the second half, and then go down the field again and score. Rick Brown says, good game so far. Now we've dealt with the nerves. Yeah, hopefully everybody's going to be calmed down, relaxed. I think it's good for the defense to know that you have 10 points on the board as well. Like, not only did the offense give you a good breather, but they put up 10 points. You have a little bit of a cushion, sure. But I think for the defense, it does a number for them knowing, okay, we're going to be all right. I know that Deshaun's not in there. It sucks. We saw what he was doing when he got out. But, hey, now we feel good. Like, I think everybody feels good, feels confident, is back and renewed, and back and being energized. Fork and Mike with the $10 super chat says, Q, you the man, been watching for years. Stefanski's dicing up Tomlin today. DTR looking good, but needs to be consistent. Yes, needs to finish it. Not over yet. Absolutely. Get on UCSS soon. Yeah, I was there on Friday. It was a entertaining appearance, but always happy to do anything, man. David Campbell says, I feel like the fact that we can compare DTR to Jacoby is a win in itself. I trust DTR to win at least 4, including a win here. Do you agree? I think that it's reasonable to hope that. I don't know what I can expect out of DTR. Like, I didn't know what to expect out of him coming into this game. I can't say 2 quarters in that I have a full list of expectations. It's probably going to take me a couple games here of seeing what he has, what he doesn't, to really know what the expectation should be here. But if I'm looking at this team, what they've done despite quarterback play all season, I can say to myself, I expect that this team should be able, this is a 500 team, whether they have elite quarterback play or not. You know what I mean? What DTR does to aid or not aid that, I have no idea. But right now, through 2 quarters, it looks good. But a lot more quarters left in the season. Can't get too carried away, and I don't want him to get too carried away either. Ford has more rushing yards than Kenny Pickett has passing yards right now from Soul Train. Yeah, the splits get crazy with this defense here. And let's hope that continues and that we're talking about another game where we hold a team close to under 100 yards of offense, maybe even under, well, I think we've held teams under 200 yards like a couple of times this year, if not 3 times. So yeah, good showing for the first half from the defense. Couldn't ask for more, especially the way they came out here and played. And again, that's why Myles Garrett is the franchise, man. Like, this is why that play right there is exactly why Myles Garrett is the face of the franchise, because it would have been so easy for this defense to come out and be deflated for this game, right? You've already lost Nick Chubb. You just lost your franchise quarterback after his best half of his Cleveland Browns football career. It was vintage Deshaun Watson. He goes out. Damn. Like, it's easy to be deflated. Like, it's too many hits that you've taken. You ain't got no tackles. Your team all hurt. It's easy to be deflated in that situation. But Myles Garrett on the first play of the game damn near gets a safety, and all of that is gone. Like, I don't think people understand how important setting the tone there for this defense to make sure it's like, nah, man, we still doing this. The offense might not have scored on that first drive. Who cares? We still doing this. Like, we gonna go out here and we gonna stop them, and we gonna be who we are, no matter who's playing quarterback. And you know what? I'm going to set the tone by getting the fastest sack you've ever seen this year in the NFL. That's a defensive player of the year. That's an MVP. That's the face of the franchise. That is why I say that Myles Garrett is quickly becoming this franchise's Ray Lewis, right? When you think of the Browns, you think of Myles Garrett in that same way. Both going to be Hall of Fame players. We'll see if Myles gets up to that legacy, right? Becomes one of the greatest edge rushers of all time. Because right now he's not there yet, but he has the tools to be that. But that's why I say Myles Garrett, face of the franchise of this team. There's no doubt about it. And that play right there, coming out the game, firing like that, first play on defense, that's why Myles Garrett is the franchise player. That's why they do this. Oh, Aaron Jones just went off, carted off. That sucks for the Green Bay Packers. Browns still at half. How many minutes they got left in the halftime? I'm trying to check the timer. Browns got about 2 minutes left at halftime, so we're going to switch back to that game. But yeah, that play right there is why Myles Garrett's the face of the franchise.
Action with the Browns leading the Steelers 10-0 at halftime. Let's take a look at the first half highlight presented by State Farm. The Steelers' first possession of the day, and Pickett blasted by Myles Garrett. Should have been called a safety. Cleveland did not get the 2 points, but Garrett continues to pad his resume as one of the leading candidates for Defensive Player of the Year. Ian Eagle, Charles Davis, Evan Washburn, the rest of our CBS crew here in Cleveland. This week, really interesting in the reaction for Browns fans. Not as much the team. Once the announcement was made to Deshaun Watson done for the year, there was a sense of shock. That's it. Then Thompson Robinson named the starter. And the Cleveland fans warmed to the idea as the week went on. He was outstanding in the first half.
Shout out to O-line, 19 passing attempts and no sacks given up in the first half from Ray Rags. Yeah, I think that's a good point there, Ray Rags. I also think that this is a good job by DTR getting rid of that ball quickly, right? And not taking any sacks, right? A lot of times sacks are on the quarterback, and I think DTR is doing a good job in that aspect of the game as well.
Steelers defense keeping them in this game as we get ready for third quarter action. Let's send it down to Evan Washburn.
Yeah, I'm for Mike Tomlin. He said this second half offensively comes down to winning more possession downs. 1 for 5 on third down.
Anthony Walker's out for the rest of the game, which does hurt a little bit, but I think Sione Takitaki is about as good as a mic replacement as you can have in the league.
Continue to take care of the ball and let our defense take care of it.
Well, that's been a problem for Cleveland this season. 19 giveaways.
All right, defense, come out tough.
And the point was pounded home to Thompson Robinson this week. Hey, we're not asking you to be a hero. You don't have to be Superman. Just be yourself. Don't make things bigger than they are. Take what the defense gives you. That's what he did in the first half.
And remember what they said about the game plan. We're going to construct it around him and let everyone else do the work. Not asking him to make winning plays, although he's starting to do that.
Hopkins gets the second half started with a booming kick, sending McFarland deep in the end zone, and he's going to take it out to the 25-yard line. Well, the first half numbers are ugly for the Pittsburgh Steelers. 64 total yards, 4 first downs in the first half, and they trailed.
They're doing better than Arizona.
And as Evan noted, 1 of 5.
It's not that bad for Pittsburgh, right?
Keep your offense on the field that way.
And what has to change?
All right, let's come out here strong defense.
On offense.
First and second down. And this is something Jim Schwartz, the defense coordinator of Cleveland, talked about stress to his team. Win first and second down so we can unleash the pass rush. Pittsburgh has to have those downs to make it third and short.
There we go. Get him at the contact. There we go.
Down to a 1-yard pickup to the 26-yard line for Pittsburgh. Garrett and Olusu Koromoa combining on the hit.
See that down? First down? Who just won it? Cleveland did. 2nd and 9 now. Pittsburgh's got to get it to where it's 3rd and 4 to have their opportunity to pick up the first down. Matt Canada trying to figure out on that play menu.
By the way, shout out to the 1,100 people in chat. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Show some love.
First downs.
2nd and 9 here.
Cleveland is allowing less than 15 first downs per game.
It's a pitch toss. Greg Newsome missed the tackle. Nobody's there. If you're in the chat, hit that like button. Absolutely. Yeah, Greg Newsome missed the tackle there. So they do a pitch toss pitch. You can see Newsome hovering over, and he just overshoots it right there. Doesn't slow him down enough, and then everybody has horrible angles to the ball. All right, you knew you weren't going to shut them out. You knew you were going to hold them. Well, you knew you weren't going to hold them under 7. Got to come out here and play some good offense. Oh, blocked it. Oh, I thought they blocked that.
Point from Boswell, who's having
all right.
An outstanding.
We know every once in a while they'll give up a big play. That was their one. Not too big of a deal. All right, let's get back out here and play some football. Yeah, they blocked it well. The Browns were the usual aggressive self. And look, when you're aggressive, you're going to get a lot of hits sometimes if you're really good, but every once in a while, your aggressiveness will hurt you. That's just the cost of doing business. That's one play where your aggression is going to hurt you a little bit, right? Every once in a while it gets you, doesn't mean that you get out of your spot. Just take that blow. Okay, they got 7. Offense, come back out here, play some supportive football, hopefully get a field goal at least. And then defense, they're going to beat themselves. I'll be right back, though. Yeah, it's just the cost of doing business when you're aggressive. Let's go ahead, play some offense here.
A new NCIS Sydney, Tuesday, 8/7.
How many NCISs do they got?
Plus. Week 11 continues later today on Fox and CBS, followed by Sunday Night Football in Denver. The Vikings face the Broncos on NBC. And Week 11 concludes with Monday Night Football in Kansas City as the Eagles take on the Chiefs on ESPN and ABC. Stream games live on your mobile device with NFL Plus.
Prior to that play, Pittsburgh's longest run of the season was 25 yards, nearly tripled on that run by Warren. That's the longest touchdown run for the Steelers in the last 9 years. And Evan Washburn made the point to us, Jaylen Warren does not take off his helmet ever once the game gets underway, ever.
Not even after that type of a sprint, not even for extra airs. We take a look at how this whole thing happened.
Let's look at it again. So they double blocked. Isaiah Washington does a great job on the edge rusher there. And JOK, I just don't know what he thought he was doing. So I just think that's a negatively graded play for JOK, Martin Emerson, and Greg Newsome.
Blocking, to beat the run, and it turns into a touchdown for Pittsburgh.
First down from the 25, all of a sudden, Cleveland's lead has shrunk to 3. Jerome Ford runs into a wall. No gain on the play. TJ Watt leading the brigade along with Walker. Check in with Evan.
Brian, you touched on it. Jaylen Warren got the helmet on, fully strapped up. This guy goes all the way back to East High School in Salt Lake. And it's not just in games. If he's on a football field, he has his helmet on. This is rookie minicamp. As you can see, everybody else, no helmet. Jaylen Warren, he has that mentality, guys. Again, it goes back to his high school coach, Brandon Maddox, saying, if you're on a football field, you're not taking a knee and you're not taking a helmet.
Yeah, also at the Pythons.
That's a good drop.
Ford couldn't grab that one, and it's incomplete. You just feel a shift here.
Hit a bit of a throw here.
Play, how it can change the whole.
Like that DTR got back to his third progression, well, his third read on that, like working through his progressions. It shows me he has a good feel for the offense right now.
Game them, right? You may do all these things that hit the stat sheet, but they hang around and have an opportunity. And right now, this game is tightened up. So the game was played on Cleveland's terms totally in the first half. Now Cleveland's got to make a few plays.
Steelers are 6-0
You got him.
games this season, 9 straight wins. Thompson Robinson, stutter step, makes the move.
Well, it's going to be close.
On the first down. But very close.
I might go for this.
Cam Hayward is a little slow getting up.
Because he ran to get the first down. He wasn't running just to get the yardage and get down. He ran to try and get it. And right at the end, looked like Elijah Riley twisted up 37.
And contact there with Hayward.
And I think his leg got twisted up underneath him.
And the Browns offense remains on the field.
Remember, Harrison Bryant often comes in 88 is that sneak guy, they pitch it.
They do. DeHunt
Got it.
cuts it for a first down. So Harrison Bryant
Good job.
is a tight end.
Good call there. Good job.
Gets a few reps here and there at quarterback because he is.
They only had one offensive touchdown in the first game, and it was 70-plus yard play. Just don't turn the ball over. Yeah.
Here's the beauty of it. He comes in. A lot of times you're thinking the brotherly shove or the tush push, right? But Cleveland has added offense off of that look. We saw them earlier this year where they pitched and ended up getting a pass interference downfield. So they have a whole package with Bryant coming in to try and hold the defense, and it worked there.
And Hunt remains in the game. But call his number again. Gets stood up and trampled down after the gain of a yard and a half going up the middle. Once again, Keanu Benton.
All right, let's get in the gun here. Let's get in the gun.
We asked him, anything
Let's run out of 11.
He said, I hyped it up in my own head, how challenging the transition would be, but midway through training camp, I felt comfortable and confident that I would make an impact at this level in my first year.
Yeah, he said he found essentially just boiled it down to you just got to win your one-on-ones like you have to at every level. And he's playing at a really high level next to Cam Hayward right now in rookie year.
Second down and 8. Thompson Robinson.
Good throw. It's first down.
Makes the catch for the first down.
Way to stay in there. Took a pretty big hit there.
Pressure. TJ Watt does not have a sack so far in this ball game. Number 90 in white, bottom of your screen. Working against James Hudson, who he's had great success against in the past. But the ball is already gone, which is how you nullify great pass rushers. Get the ball out of your hands, get it to your players downfield who can make plays, and now you've taken the pass rushers like Watt and Highsmith, and you reduce their impact.
Cleveland last week trailed for 59 minutes and 20 seconds against the Ravens. Came back to win. This week, they bled most of the way. Kareem Hunt. Round of tackles there in midfield, held to a 2-yard pickup. They tried to work.
So second and 8.
It hasn't really paid off for Cleveland, with Armon Watts and Benton there defensively.
And you know how we talk to coaches and
Keep tapping. You'll find us offense.
Teams going to go ones versus ones, good on good. It was a 2-yard game, but we had good on good right there. Joel Batonia, one of the better guards in the league, number 75, pulling and taking on TJ Watt, maybe the best edge rusher in the game. And those two collided near the line of scrimmage.
10-minute mark in the third quarter, 10-7 lead for the Browns.
Pocket got muddy on him.
It's incomplete. Looking for Cedric Tillman, his former high school teammate. NFL Today update. Send it to New York.
All right, Ian. Trevor Lawrence has already thrown one touchdown today. This one, he's going to run in from 9 yards out. This is going to be the first series of the third quarter for the Jags. They now lead the Titans 20-0. Back to you guys in Cleveland.
One of those underrated parts of his game.
Clean.
His ability to move and run.
Woo.
Almost intercepted by
All right, play field possession, punt it.
up to the sky. It's fourth down.
Can't leave one out there for
A little late there.
play on in the NFL.
Yeah, it was late.
They're coming up to practice squad or not.
Just a little late. They saw it coming.
So if you're going to throw to Amari Cooper there, you got to lead him and take him to the sideline.
Yeah.
You're stopping him.
Late and behind.
Fortunate Trent Thompson doesn't come up with that interception. That's how he got noticed in preseason, making plays on the football practice in preseason games.
Did a good punt here.
For Perkins. Now the 6th year, former Buffalo and Green Bay. Austin is the deep man. Austin gets under it.
Okay, it's fine.
Catches cleanly at the 13. That's a 37-yard punt. Steelers have the football back. They trail the Browns 10-7. AFC North battle today in Ohio.
All right. Let's keep moving the ball. Good things that happen. And then let's play some defense here. You know what happened on the last drive. Let that be an aberration and take care of business. Every once in a while, you're going to give up a big play. You just don't want to turn one big play into two big plays into three big plays, right? Just keep it at the one. You know what I mean? And then try to just limit the damage there. Play defense. You knew what kind of game this was going to be coming into it.
Just likely already inside of you. 50 years of older. Ask your doctor about shingles.
You're such a good listener, Thomas. It makes me feel so special.
You are special. If you don't mind, if you could just.
This makes me feel really special too, because Discover's giving me cash back on debit, not just credit.
Actually, Discover gives cash back on debit to everyone.
Everybody?
Everybody, if you could just.
Debbie John. All those years that I couldn't find my bike, it was in her garage. Like, she gets it.
If she has Discover cash back debit, then yeah.
Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a checking account with cashback for everyone.
It's here. Black Friday week is live at Target.
I love how DW4 wears a diamond necklace and a bracelet. Best believe those are flawless stones. It's weird. Okay. Yeah, he wears jewelry. He's a rich man. I can understand why he does it.
Black Friday deals in Saturday, only at Target.
And now, Magic Moments presented by Target. A run for Ford, initially ruled short of the end zone, but on review, it was a touchdown, and then Warren, what a run. Taking it 74 yards for the score.
All right. Let's lock in here. Play defense.
In this third quarter, Steelers did nothing on offense in the first half. One play can change things for Pittsburgh. Najee Harris is in there, shotgun formation for Pickett. Fit to hand up, Pickett, flow, underneath, Pat Freiermuth. So Pat Freiermuth is back, returning for the first time in 6 weeks.
2nd and 5.
Injury, 6.5-yard gain on first down.
See, a lot of teams, they pull a guard on plays and then throw a pass called a trap pass, make you think it's a run. In this case,
Don't let them get comfortable, defense. You're starting to get comfortable.
You pull the tackle opposite to look like a run.
Don't let them get comfy.
And a nice pickup on first down, making it 2nd and 4.
Third straight game, Canada coaching from the sideline as opposed to the box upstairs.
There you go. Good stop there.
Nowhere to go. Trying an inside run. Okoronkwo and Jordan Elliott were there for Cleveland.
Look at Pittsburgh getting right up on the line of scrimmage there. Wanting to try and see if they can catch him a little off balance on this key 4th down play.
They call it 3rd and 4. Shotguns.
Nope.
Helmet flies off. Najee Harris.
Great tackle, Denzel.
The first down.
Who's going to get his helmet? Good job there. Way to answer back. Gave up a mistake there. Boom. Just leveled Najee Harris.
Listed at 242.
Look at that. Look at, boom.
It doesn't matter. Warren, listed at 190 pounds, dumps him on the spot, forces another punt.
Some pressure, he gets it off. Crochet
Go north.
from the 32. Crochet
All right, it's fine. 35's good. 35's good.
The 35-yard, 48-yard kick, a 3-yard.
Let's settle in, DTR.
Special teams makes the play with the Browns up by 3.
Will you marry me?
Whew. Take care of business. Take care of business here, offense. Got the ball at the 35, decent field position. Let's continue to move the ball. Let's continue to play your game. Let's continue to do what you can do well. If they start they started showing the tendency to kind of want to jump those shorter routes. Now it's time to make that pay, right? If they're going to jump them, run behind them, make one or two of those, and then they'll be in a bad place for the rest of the game defensively.
Black Friday.
Now, take care of business, though.
Wasn't just one day. That's why we're giving you Black Friday deals every day, where you can find the best value all November long. Shop now and save big, in store or online.
Travis, did you know?
The opening play. Yep. So that's where the Browns are. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Get as many likes as possible so more people can get in here. Yeah, Soul Train, that field goal before the end of the game, before the end of the half was really big there, right? Because now it keeps you at the cushion just in case something like that pops up where you have a mistake. You know, your aggressive defense, every once in a while, you will give up a mistake like that and let somebody go 70 on you because you're being just a bit aggressive. Word is like Vince Vaughn and Wedding Crashers. Look it up. Have I seen Wedding Crashers? I don't think I've seen. That's Vince Vaughn and Owen Wilson, right? Nah, I've seen old school. I used to watch the Will Ferrell comedies back when I was a teenager, which, by the way, those would probably stay in your teenage years. Like, they don't really come back, be aging well to me. But, yeah.
Okay.
All right, offense.
Vegas jump the bomb Thursday, 9 Central. Jim Donovan, longtime voice of the Browns. He's back in the broadcast booth after receiving treatment for leukemia. He's a
Man, big shout out to Jimmy D.
Community, and just one of the
Big shout out.
you'll ever be. So thrilled to see him back here at Cleveland Brown Stadium. Welcome back to the.
Yes, headed to the energy here today, didn't it?
We did. Pregame. Thompson Robinson forced to get rid of it.
Yeah, they got pressure on him.
Threw it into a crowd of Steelers as Ogunjobi put the pressure on. Let's take a look at Next Gen Stats powered by AWS.
And what they've done all game long is had him get rid of the football early so he doesn't get into positions where the ball can be in harm. 2.15 seconds to throw. What does that do? It nullifies the great edge rushers of Pittsburgh. TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith. 0 pressures on the game thus far because of the game plan and the execution of Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Doesn't want to make throws like he made on the last snap. That one he's got to eliminate. The rest of it, been pretty good so far.
The stress levels go up with a tight game.
Good throw.
Deeper here, Elijah Moore with the catch.
Appreciate the super chat, Sleep Leo.
For 5, hit by the veteran Patrick Peterson, who told us.
All right, let's get this first down.
Perfect in Pittsburgh. He always wanted to be on a Mike Tomlin coach team. His cousin Brian McFadden, who played for the Steelers and Tomlin, told him he would love it in Pittsburgh, and he was right.
And remember when he told him that, he canceled all his other visits for teams. Just said, yep, going to Pittsburgh, no doubt. But I think as this game goes on, if Cleveland's able to get a first down here, if I'm getting this defense, I've got to think about opening it up just a little bit. Because Pittsburgh's really sitting on these short routes now.
They're down to 5 for Cleveland. 7 minutes to go in the third. Hooks a pass to the outside and knocked away by Peterson. Amari Cooper, the intended target.
All right, play field position.
You notice, Ian, they are not intimidated by whatever you throw at them in terms of the secondary right now, because all they've seen is everything settling short. So at a certain point, Cleveland's got to get some people downfield, run past some defensive backs so that they can at least get the idea that it could possibly happen. Right now, sitting on everything underneath.
Yeah, next drive and try to get something big.
As it rolls into the end zone for a touchback. So a 59-yard punt, but a net of 39.
Yeah, turnover here would be huge if they could force one.
What if all I do isn't enough? Or what if I can do diabetes differently?
Now you can with Once Weekly Mounjaro. Mounjaro helps your body regulate blood sugar. And Mounjaro can help decrease how much food you eat. 3 out of 4 people reached an A1C of less than 7%. Plus, people taking Mounjaro lost up to 25 pounds. Mounjaro is not for people with type 1 diabetes or children. Don't take Manjaro if you're allergic to it, and or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Manjaro.
All right. Let's keep playing defense, y'all. Let's keep playing defense. Like smart football here. Yeah, I think what they're doing, what they're seeing there is like, hey, are they really like jumping these? Are they really trying to like just short play them? I think the next drive, Kevin's going to try to run like a play action or something like that, like catch him slipping. I think he's going to try to get a big play call on the next offensive drive. That's my gut feeling, is that the next offensive drive, that's what they're going to come out, try to do, is just try to get a big play downfield. I would assume it's going to be out of play action, out the gun, like they're trying to get a roller or something like that. Maybe they might do like if they get any cover one from Pittsburgh and they get Amari Cooper on the outside, they kind of go slant and go or something like that, or check to a sluggo. But they're going to start checking this stuff, right? They're going to start having like make those adjustments. And I think they'll be most comfortable asking DTR to make those throws along the sidelines because it's less risky. I do think he's a more accurate passer in the middle of the field, though. So, especially when it comes to deep balls. So, we'll see where they ask him to throw it.
Hosting the first ever fan watch party in Dublin, Ireland, held at Croke Park, one of the most historic venues in Ireland. Hall of Famer Alan Faneca, Super Bowl 43 MVP Santonio Holmes in attendance. Oh, they liked that Jalen Warren touchdown, didn't they? The Rooney family originally emigrated to the U.S. from Northern Ireland in the 1840s, and of course, the late Dan Rooney served as the ambassador to Ireland. Throw downfield.
Good job, Denzel.
The intended target, and Cleveland makes the play defensively.
Good job.
As this game goes on, keep your eyes on the perimeter of this game, especially when Pittsburgh has the football. Cleveland's defensive backs believe they can cover anyone, any place, anytime. Pittsburgh's wide receivers, they don't shy away from a challenge. Who's going to win those one-on-one battles as this game moves on and create big plays for their team?
Charles Deontay Johnson, 0 catches today for Pittsburgh. 6:45 to go on the third. Pickett. Deep drop. Dumps off.
All right, third down.
And a flag down.
Is that going to be illegal receiver or holding?
I think they got someone leaking downfield, though.
Yep.
As that play
It's back.
moves on,
It's back.
sometimes to discipline the offensive line as they're going out to get blocked. Might have taken them downfield. Remember, they're going to give you almost 2 yards before they make that call.
They give you 1 yard.
One, as they like to call it. Because you get 1 yard downfield to go before the ball's thrown. Can't be more than that.
There were 2 fouls on the play, both by the offense. Ineligible receiver downfield, number 78. His penalties declined.
Holding.
Pass interference, blocking downfield.
Oh, wow. That's bigger.
10-yard penalty will be enforced. Replay, second down.
So Daniels and Johnson take their pick. They'll take the Deontay Johnson PI.
Yeah, I think that Daniels ends up leaking, but Johnson downfield, he expects the ball to be gone at a certain point, and when it takes a little bit longer, he's already into the block downfield, thinking the ball should have been gone behind him. Thus, a double penalty, and an advantage for Jim Schwartz as the play caller for Cleveland on defense. Second and long.
Penalties have been an issue for Pittsburgh. They cleaned it up last week. 3 penalties for 27 yards. They've got 4 today. Handoff to Warren.
All right.
He just does
Third and long.
First contact. Turns it into an 8-yard pickup. Taki makes the play for the Browns.
There's something about Warren, isn't there, Ryan, that when he comes on the field, it's like a switch gets thrown, doesn't it? They just move quickly.
Let's get off the field here.
A lot more electricity, a lot more juice for number 30s on the field.
3rd and 12. Warren over 100 for the day. Pickett on the close.
Good catch.
Allen Robinson with the catch. And the spot is going to be good enough for
That's a good catch there.
Well, they just moved it back. The initial spot was at the 30, and now they've moved it a half a yard back.
That's dangerous territory if you're going to think about going ahead here. If you're Pittsburgh.
Is that spot going to stand? Yeah, it's a good spot.
Right.
That's a good spot. Yeah, his ass hit the ground there. Yep, that spot's.
He's not reaching it out. With Brett Delpit makes a play on it.
Yeah, they can challenge that all they want. It's short.
To talk about this one because of where you are in field position and your defense.
There's no way if you're Pittsburgh, you go for this, right? Yeah, they're going to sign Joe Flacco.
Down, but I think this is a good call by the officials. It's in the backhand.
Yeah,
and he's not reaching it out. So when they come up with the spot, I think is correct.
Yeah, it's a good spot there. Yeah, if you're Pittsburgh, you can't go for this, right? Because if you're just automatically handing points to a team that's probably going to struggle to score points today.
The ball in between the 29 and the 30.
I think this is a heck of a gamble right here because I would play with my defense and put this bad boy away. Because the Pittsburgh defense has done quite a nice job throughout the game. I don't want to put Cleveland in scoring position if I don't get it here.
Watch out for them trying to get you to jump. No. Short.
And now it just comes down to the spot.
I don't know about that spot.
Would be enough.
And he may have given it to him.
Taki and Newsom, they're going to bring him down.
Nah, look at that spot.
And if he got it, if the extra effort by Kenny Pickett, you can see he's down on one knee. He really paid for it with the extra hits that he absorbed.
Look at that spot. Hey, while they're going to be on injury timeout, look at that spot in the booth. See if you could challenge that.
He was dealing with a rib injury that they were putting protective padding on the last couple of weeks.
See him just stay with it.
I don't see where he got the line to gain. I guess right there. I think that the little last part of that run is where they're going to give it to him. So let's see if his knee's down, though. Nah, he got it. Yeah, he got it. He did a good job. He got it. That's a first down.
Then you look at
Yeah.
head actually crossed the 30-yard line.
But did the ball? If I'm Cleveland, I'm taking a hard look at this one.
I don't think his knees were down. His knee ever went down, right? So his knees aren't down. Where does his elbow go down? Yeah, don't challenge. Yeah, his knees never were down, so it's fine. You got it. That's a first down.
A gritty run to pick up a first down on one.
Well, you know they're running it.
Pittsburgh gambles and wins.
And Pickett heads to the sideline for the Steelers. There's that Jacksonville game where he got knocked out and Trubisky had to check in. Set it down to Evan.
Well, guys, early in the game, it was Myles Garrett with the eye issue. Now it's Kenny Pickett. It appears to be his left eye that just put some fluid in there. He's putting his helmet back on. Looks like he might just miss one play here, but clearly that left eye was affected on that QB sneak.
So they do have the first down at the 30-yard line. We have 5:09 to go in the third quarter.
And now from Pittsburgh, you got to make that gamble pay off. You go for a deep in your own territory, pick it up. This drive has to culminate with points for them to justify getting it done that way. Now we have the challenge flag out.
What are we challenging that for?
Cleveland is going to challenge.
I don't think that's a good challenge. What are they challenging?
We showed you everything we had
on the field of the first down.
This initial burst wasn't there, and
Yeah, his knees never down.
that got him there.
See him slide through right there at the end?
And that's what Pickens was trying to point out to the official. And also, when he lost his helmet, there was debris that came up towards his face.
I don't know what
where
they
the
saw
eye
there.
came into play.
But look at the pushing, the shoving, but look at Kenny Pickett. Not going to be denied. See that right there? Finds his way through.
Right there. When the spike hit the turf, it went directly into his eye. Gene Steratore watching the replays.
Yeah, I don't know what they saw there that want to challenge
What you
this.
see.
I'm looking at the same thing you guys are. Where I'm looking for his lower body, right? The knees, the shins, something there as we see that pile of bodies. And then at the very end, when we had a close-up down the line, I was looking at his right arm and his elbow. And right before that elbow appeared to maybe touch the ground, it was just above it.
He reaches and gets the first down right there. And I thought he did all of that without any lower body parts or a forearm or elbow touching the ground. And I think it's a first down.
Yeah, thanks, Gene. We appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't think this is a good challenge.
That last bit of effort, and I think Gene made the great point. No other body parts were down. You're looking for it. Is there an elbow down? Is there a forearm? Is there a knee down? None of that's there. He's on either on top of people or still driving, and he picks it up.
Well, what's interesting is the defensive players got the helmet.
Yeah, but
And then they started piling onto the helmet. They thought that Pickett was attached to the helmet. And he had actually emerged somehow underneath.
In the old school crime novels, that's known as a red herring.
There you go.
You're going in the wrong direction. Not the helmet guys, the guy with the ball.
Yeah, well, they were
Ruling on the field stands as
Yeah, I don't know why they challenged that.
They have no challenges remaining.
they were attacking.
That's a bad second challenge. I don't know why they did that.
I want to go back to a great point you made about Kenny Pickett. Rib injury in the Jacksonville game. Doesn't miss the Thursday night short week game against Tennessee and continues to play through. A guy with a rib injury like that, running a quarterback sneak, if it's all that brawn in the middle, there's some extra toughness in that young man out of Pittsburgh.
And because the play was
First
challenged.
time out, Pittsburgh's quarterback number 8 is allowed back in the game.
Well, thanks. You just stole my thunder, Sean. I was going to break that story.
You were very collaborative with him, and then Sean's like, at the end of the thing,
Yeah.
this one's mine.
You know what I said?
All right, stop him here.
I said, stay in the lane.
Sean's like, I will take it from here.
First down for the Steelers. For the run by Pickett, Najee Harris in the backfield from the 30-yard line. Give it to him. The play was in slow motion. The Darius Smith.
Good job there. Good job, ZD. Way to push him back. Hey, let's maintain it this time.
Almost appeared not. He just fights his way through the attempted block by Darnell Washington, a rookie out of Georgia, who was an excellent blocker, but he's trying to step down to get to Smith, and Smith is too quick and gets down and upfield and eat big fella.
Offense rolling, 2.5 to go in the third quarter. Nickel package here for Cleveland. 2nd and 13 for the Steelers. Pickett. Out of the pocket. The move. Just threw it to a Cleveland Brown on the sideline.
Is there anybody near him?
Pressure from
I guess he was out the pocket.
by Shelby Harris.
Maybe they just wanted to see Pickett hit in slow-mo. I'm not sure. Yeah, that was weird.
And drop on these third and longs and make Kenny Pickett check it down, rally up and make the tackle. With this field position in hand, does he go ahead and go out and get after him with another one of his exotic blitzes? Look at how many people are up in the line of scrimmage for Cleveland right now. Look at all this stacked up.
3rd and 13 for the Steelers. Warren in the backfield. Pickett.
Yep.
Just got exposed at the feet.
Good job. Great pressure. Good job, Talk. Good job.
On Kenny Pickett. 4th down.
And Jim Schwartz said, I'm forcing the issue on this. I'm trying to get an even bigger play.
A bad snap here, too.
Kenny Pickett, that shortstop type variety, being able to range a little bit. And now he sees the pressure coming in the blitz, realizes that the screen he's trying to set up to Jalen Warren is no longer there, and just grounds it at his feet so he doesn't have to take a sack.
Is that a legal block?
Wobbler.
Run it.
To Crochet from the 31.
There you go.
Crochet.
Good job, James. Good job, James. All right, do something with it now.
22. Trenton Thompson makes the play on
Ooh.
teams, and
That's their backup linebacker.
Friday, huge holiday week.
If that's who's going to be on Njoku, target him.
Games in the Big Ten and the SEC. Saturday, the SEC on CBS is back. Number 8, Alabama, taking on Auburn. Next chapter of the Iron Bowl. The drive to Atlanta and college football today. We'll get you started for that one. It's all coming up here on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Alabama trying to get through Auburn, who was upset big by New Mexico State yesterday. A major shocker. But they get through them. Alabama, Georgia, SEC title game in Atlanta.
Our special teams coach, Bubba Ventura, just saw his return unit take it to the 48 of the Steelers. 4:06 to go in the third. There's a fullback. Punts in the backfield. Pickett. Thompson Robinson laces it too high. He was looking for the Njoku, and it was T.J. Watt with the pressure on DTR.
All right, they're getting pressure on him.
He's got to think about throwing the football, especially if he gets a first down that has an early down, with some max protection to protect yourself against T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith, and throw the ball downfield. Once again, this is going to another contested pass on a short throw underneath. These Pittsburgh Steelers defenders have no fear that someone's going to run by them, so they're sitting on everything short. And it'll make it really difficult for you to complete anything underneath.
Elijah Moore, 4 catches, 31 yards. Amari Cooper, 3 catches, 26 yards. Njoku, 5 catches, 42 yards. Running play, Steelers sniff it out. Kareem Hunt.
All right, it's not happening.
Landon Roberts, the former Patriot and Dolphin, in there for the Steelers.
That play was won by Pittsburgh before the ball was snapped. They anticipated what was coming. And did you see the line shift from left to right into where the running play was coming? That Pittsburgh Steelers front read that play, understood what they thought was going to happen, and ran right to the point of attack. Like Tomlin's group, Terrell Austin, defense coordinator, well scouted on that one.
It's been held to 82 yards on the ground. 6 defensive backs for the Steelers on 3rd and 10. Thompson Robinson underneath. Tillman gets tagged by Thompson.
It's a flag.
Flag down. Thompson Robinson released the football.
Late hit.
Sometimes when you don't get home very often, you're there late.
Wow. Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
It would have been 4th down. Instead, it's 1st down.
Remember we talked next gen stats at one point. They had 0.
Oh, hit him with the helmet.
The call is made.
Hit him with the helmet.
He's up high in the head and shoulder area. His helmet right into the grill of Dorian Thompson Robinson. He wasn't late. He just hit him up too high.
And he did pull back to avoid falling on top of it to get the attention of the officials. But, as you mentioned, the damage was done up high.
Damage done up high. He doesn't fall on him with weight or anything like that. It's just once he gets that helmet-to-helmet contact, the flag's going to come out. Once again, the fullback is in, and it's the offensive line, Nick Harris.
He's going to be twisted down. Van Hayward's first one there, then he got a little help at the end of the play. It's
All right, you got to let the kid throw it.
2.
Got to let the kid throw it now. They are all over the run game right here.
When he wasn't on the field earlier this season, didn't they? Because when he comes into the game, he is a one-man Bermuda Triangle when you try and run the football. There's Terrell Austin, defensive coordinator. The ranks, nothing to write home about, obviously. But when you talk about takeaways, coming to the game time first in the league, turning the ball over, that's where they thrive. And they make it difficult for you in the red zone.
2nd down and 12. The catch. And he gets fixtured on the play by Roberts. So as you mentioned, the Steelers are
Just
not
keep moving
concerned
back.
with anything deep. They're guarding the outside, the flat area, and it's been ineffective right now for Cleveland.
We need to take a shot, man.
Is thinking of the play call. Stan Pelt is an offensive coordinator. Protect the quarterback, protect your defense. But right now, you're put in the position where this defense, which is so aggressive, that they're making so many plays on the ball, that they can still create a big play because they're right there on the catch.
And they're moving out of the field goal range in these last 2 plays. Chaka, Thompson Robinson, get rid of it quickly. Picked off by Sullivan.
You can't keep throwing when they're crashing into him like that. You got to take a shot here. I know why they're reluctant. He's not the most accurate deep ball thrower, but you got to just do it.
They make the rookie pay.
Look how many white shirts are just sitting on every
And just behind Amari Cooper.
It's hard to grasp, and it pops in the air. Look at me white shirts.
Yeah, just behind him.
Have a chance to come down with the football. No fear of anyone pushing them deep. Allows them to sit on everything, and it turns into a monster play for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Chandon Sullivan with the pick.
Plus 11 in turnover differential this season. They came in tied with Cincinnati for the league. And now Pittsburgh takes
All right, defense, let's get a score here.
10-7. 20 turnover this season for Cleveland. Most of the NFL moving pocket for Pickett. Taki knocks it down.
2nd and 10.
First pursuit looked like Shelby Harris, 93, who was playing a whale of a game inside for the Cleveland Browns. He had been a starter to begin the season. Jordan Elliott moved back in front of him. But today, Shelby Harris has been a force, number 93 in Brown. Taki finished it off with batting the ball away.
Steelers have 6 comeback wins this season. That's the most in the NFL. That's all 6 of their victories have been come from behind. 2nd and 10. Harris in the backfield. Robinson the motion man. And up, Najee Harris.
All right, 3rd and long here. Get him off the field.
And McLeod for the Browns. Steelers facing a 3rd and 8. We have 1 minute to go on the 3rd. Pickett.
Nothing.
Johnson was making his way up the field.
Nothing. All right, they're punting.
And very quiet 3 and out after the turnover for the Steelers.
Good job. Good job. 8 of 16, 53 yards. There is just no offense in this game today.
Jim Schwartz throws the extra people, and now everything's out of sync. I think Kenny Pickett expected the receiver to break off the route.
So this is punt number 7 on the day for the Farvin. Well, didn't get all of that. Came off the side of his foot. And it never got to Prochet.
Wow.
Indicating that thing was out of bounds in Pittsburgh territory. They're trying to point to the spot.
That's a good break.
It's a 20-yard punt.
That's a good break there.
The value of field positioning.
All right, now you've seen what's happened the last couple of plays here for this Browns offense. I noticed that Cedric Tillman just checked into the game here.
The reason that goes that way is the pressure. Watch to the left of your screen. Owusu Koromora actually pushes the protector, Rodney Williams, towards the punter, and it may very well spook Tarvin a little bit.
5 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Jerome Ford has nowhere to run.
Take a shot, man. You have to at least take a shot past 10 yards at this point. They're not going to give you anything short. Yeah. They're just sitting on everything, right? They're just expecting everything.
3 seconds to go in the 3rd.
At some point, I think you got to max protect and trust your quarterback to throw one downfield. Pittsburgh is bolder and bolder with every snap. Approaching the line of scrimmage, Alex Highsmith setting the edge and spilling the play.
Thompson Robinson is 17 of 30, 110 yards and a pick. Ford has the rushing touchdown, but he's been limited to 32 yards on the ground. Final seconds, they do snap it. DTR.
All right, I think you got to talk to DTR. I think he's a little gun shy here about going down the field. I think that's what's going on here. He's a little gun shy. Talk to the rookie. Yeah. Talk to the rookie here.
Timed out. So I'm surprised they actually snapped the ball.
Well, no, there was 5 seconds left. You got this another play.
This should be the final play of the 3rd.
Let's see here if they're going to run something now just to try and get field position and punt it deep and rely on the defense again.
13.
Ooh. Now David just dropped that. All right, settle in. Settle in.
Portion of the tape. As we go to the 4th, the Browns leading the Steelers 10-7.
Settle in a little bit, right? I think a couple things are happening. You want to get to the sideline, talk to DTR. I think he's canning a lot of these plays that are supposed to go downfield, and he's a little gun shy right there, right? I think that you're getting a lot of that in these last couple of drives because he's getting play calls. They're putting DeJuan Jones in the game, and then he's calling kill at the line of scrimmage almost instantly because they're throwing him a picture that he's not used to. So they're confusing him a little bit. Mike Tomlin doing a good job of that, sitting on stuff, confusing him with the pictures that he's seeing pre-post snap. Just want to talk to the rookie at the sideline, on the sideline, see what he's seeing, see what he's not seeing, and just be like, hey, I think you need to just pull the trigger on these, right? Like, you know, you're a little gun shy, pull the trigger, get going downhill, and like, you know, that's what they're doing to you. Just got to adjust to it. Again, this is actually like really his first start. So you expect stuff like this. He looks a little gun shy. You know, just talk to the rookie. Get him settled in a little bit. It's hard to get him settled on the field just because there's not a lot of easy throws for you to make this week, right? There's not an easy tunnel screen to Njoku for you to throw. There's not a super easy toss play that you could do there. But eventually you got to give him an attempt plus 25. And I think that right here is probably, well, I think they're punting right now, but you know, you gotta talk to the rookie. I think he's gun shy. I think he's checking out of some of these deeper pass attempts here. Why do people want RG3 when he was here in 2016 and people think he'll be better now? And people just be saying shit, man. You just be saying shit. Like, don't nobody actually want RG3 to be like play for him.
AFC North, we've got it on full display.
Let's get a good punt here, Bojo.
The punt. Austin. Works the sideline. And then still back to the 30-yard line. That's where the Steelers will take over. The NFL on CBS streams live on Paramount Plus all season long through Super Bowl 58, including next week's outstanding doubleheader. Try it for free today.
Remember, for the last couple of weeks, we wondered about Pittsburgh's balance with receivers. George Pickens, who had been their primary guy. You mentioned earlier in the game, the big game he had against Cleveland, 127 yards, big long touchdown catch. He had been losing catches. Today is Deontay Johnson, who's not on the board at all. Normally one of their primary targets.
The tackle.
Two defenders ready for him, including Tucky.
Good stuff here.
And Okoronkwo. Loss of 3. NFL Today update. Send it to the big guy. Jacksonville's Anna Blue.
And I'll tell you what, Trevor Lawrence is having quite the day. He's got 2 touchdowns on the ground. Here's the second one. 2 through the air. They are
Jacksonville beating the shit out of Tennessee.
3-7. Looks like you, Boomer. Back to Iowa. Yeah, no doubt. Jacksonville's going to get judged by the level of competition as we go here. That's the stage that the Jaguars are in. 2nd and 13, off his back foot.
No.
Straddling that sideline is Pickens, and he was out of bounds.
They didn't throw a flag, right?
Daniel, the right guard who normally taps the center to tell him it's good to go on the sideline count, he actually stood up and went back towards the quarterback before the ball was snapped. They weren't even ready to go.
Yeah, I think they thought that they had the Browns on a false start right here.
He's just turn ball snap. A couple of people are in motion. They're lucky that they're fortunate that it didn't turn into more.
Pickens has missed on his last 5 throws. He is now under 50% in his completion rate. 8 of 17. 3rd and 13. Pickens sidearm toss.
He's going to get this.
And he can.
Good call. Good call by Matt Canada there.
14 yards for the Steelers.
And this just can't happen if you're Cleveland. You got everything going your way. 3rd and 13. You're going to play coverage on it. Where's the rally to go get it? Well, James Daniels erasing someone there, 78. Mason Cole just enough in front of him to make it a tough tackle. And the rookie out of Ohio State, number 33, Rodney Hickman, hits the tackle, but it's a little bit too late.
The Steelers are 13-5 in their last 18 games. All of that while averaging 19 points per game.
Good job.
Short game on first down, 3.5 yards. Tackled by Martin Emerson. Also having an outstanding season for Cleveland. Emerson, Newsom, Ward. These are the players that Mike Tomlin told us that, oh yeah, Cleveland drafted those guys to go against our guys. And they saw what we were doing with wide receivers, and they addressed it with Cole.
More like what the Bengals were doing, but glad you flattered yourself.
Notwithstanding, they're used to going into ball games and helping the race receivers.
Fit the hand up, Pickett throws. Robinson pushed down by Newsom.
Gain of 2, 3rd and 5.
They're so good in the secondary. Greg Newsom, who's really an outside corner and wants to be an outside corner, has been pushed to nickel. And really didn't want to play until Jim Schwartz got to him and told him how he could be utilized in this defense.
Man, that easy pass offense is working so good.
Likes the spot that he's in, and he makes plays for them.
3rd down here. 3rd and 4.
Not going well for the Steelers today.
Here comes Miles. Oh,
And it is enough for the first down. Deontay Johnson
just a second early.
takes it into Cleveland territory.
So 2 things. Jalen Warren helps pick up for Isaac Seumalo. Watch the pass protection there. And second, Kenny Pickett doesn't feel the footsteps from behind and steps into a nice throw to pick up the first down. His toughness on display here today. Number 8 for Pittsburgh.
Back to the ground game. Harris is mid in the horn. Lucy Koromoa with a tackle. It's a gain of 1. We are at the 11.5-minute mark of the fourth quarter. Steelers driving down by 3 to the Browns.
All right, 2nd down and like long.
Steelers team. You talk about understanding a play on words with their team nickname. How many games have they stolen late in this season? When other teams have outgained them and technically outplayed them, they're trying to be in a position to do it again here today.
Give it to Warren. Shake and bake move. Warren off the center step. Veers to the outside. Tosses it.
You letting Jalen Warren beat you.
He had the burst, and he's got another big play for Pittsburgh. 21.
Got him in the field goal range there. Shouldn't even been that. Get him on first contact.
I remember when I was playing, my coach used to say, you better bring your pads with them. In other words, you can't just reach out. You can't arm tackle him. You can't just kind of grab him. You got to put yourself into him and hope you get some assistance along the way. With his leg drive,
Who's injured?
Continues on every step.
Rodney McLeod.
Because of an injury. Rodney McLeod, who was the recipient of the angry stiff arm of Jalen Warren. Warren has 119 yards on the ground. He's got 14 yards receiving.
See McLeod there. He's reaching out and grabbing at him. And that's the angry stiff arm you just talked about. That could show up sometime soon again in high.
Oh, shit.
But you've got to bring pads, wrap up, and hope you get some assistance with Jalen Warren. Rarely is it going to be one-on-one that he's going to go down easily.
He popped his mouthpiece out as well.
I don't need it. It's just extra weight for him at that point.
No, I'm saying McLeod, he popped his mouthpiece out.
But he would like to have his back. When you get the stiff arms, you want the mouthpiece in.
First down. From the 27. Running play. Warren. Again. And again.
Tighten up here. Tighten up here.
That one covers 12 yards. Downstairs to Evan.
When we watched Jalen Warren last week, we all got flashes of Austin Eckler. Obviously, same number, similar body type and play style. I asked Jalen.
You know they ain't gonna throw this. They not gonna risk it. They gonna run this all game.
Drafted, same story. Able to become a Pro Bowl caliber player. He loves his game. Obviously, guys don't love comps, but he took that one with a smile.
Yeah, it's an excellent comp as well. But I like that Matt Canada recognizing he's the hot guy, keeping him on the field, feeding him the football.
10th play of the drive. And this time, Grant Delpit is up to the task, dealing with Jalen Warren. Meanwhile, the injury to McLeod has opened up a spot for Ronnie Hickman, rookie from Ohio State, undrafted.
And now they're going to give him a little bit of a blow. Najee Harris coming in the game, as does Darnell Washington, number 80. That shows that it's a heavy set for them. That gives you the impression of running the football. It's oftentimes that you want to fake it and throw it as well.
2nd and 11. Kind of shifts out of the backfield. Protection for Pickett.
Got him. Myles Garrett. Big time. Big time. Well, James Day, almost on time, says needs a Myles strip sack. Myles shows up with the stat there on 3rd down.
And the rush was helped because the coverage was exemplary in the back end. He wants Calvin Austin going across
2nd down sack.
and they double cover. They read it well, and that allows the rest of the rush to get home. Myles Garrett's
It's either 12 and a half or 13.
Get a little bit of help from Maurice Hurst as well. Grant Delpit also coming, but they need to go back and depth up their secondary because they plastered with the receivers and shut it down.
Now 3rd and 22. Running play, Harris, still gone. Harris fighting for it, and takes it to the 10. Hit by Ronnie.
All right.
Sets up his field goal kicker in much better shape. 40 yards on the ground for Najee Harris. And now Chris Boswell will come out for Pittsburgh onto the field.
Look at that. Denzel Ward trying to rip the ball out, but Najee Harris protects it so well. What are you going for, 400?
All right, DTR.
Out in the NFL. He knows how to take care
Let's settle in here.
It's a 28-yard attempt for Chris Boswell. And he angles it through to tie the game at 10 apiece. 7-4.
I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Boswell has been so rock solid, not just this year, but throughout his Pittsburgh career.
It's for me.
If you like squeaky toys with Chewy, it is.
Did I get anything this year?
Get up to 40% off gifts that bring the most joy at Chewy. I'm still gonna eat your socks.
No, you're not.
Get great deals on gifts that deliver excitement at Chewy.
Whoa, a new iPhone 15. That amazing camera. You're not just a
Take it. Join T-Mobile.
This holiday at T-Mobile, get 4 new iPhone 15s on us and 4 lines of unlimited for $25 a month.
Popeye's new sweet and spicy wings don't make sense. Marinated and tossed in a blend of chili, garlic, and ginger, as sweet as they are spicy.
Speaking of flavor, order a Cajun-style turkey at your local Popeyes this holiday season.
Said the offense has to do something on the super chat. Yes, absolutely. They need to do something here.
Am I a clue?
No, you're Super Bowl champion Victor Cruz.
Cool. Who wasn't?
Just follow the captain and see where it takes you.
To give your teeth a dentist clean feeling, start with a round brush and add power. You've got Oral-B.
Yeah, I think DTR just needs to settle down a little bit. I think he's checking. They were confusing him a little bit. Just get him on the iPad, show him some pictures. Man, I think he's going to find a couple looks there for him to get the ball to Amari Cooper down the field. I also wonder if this is a situation where you think about like putting in PJ Walker for a couple plays because you know he'll throw it downfield. Might be that time.
CBS is sponsored by Captain Morgan, official run sponsor of the NFL. K, celebrate every moment with K. And by State Farm, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Chris Boswell will kick it off after the field goal to tie this game at 10 apiece. 7:40 on the clock. Another close game for the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Browns have been very good in tight ones as well. 3-0 in games decided by 3 points or fewer. Stay tuned. NFL Today update delivered by Little Caesars. Time permitting. JB, Phil, Nick, Boomer, Coach Cowher. Latest NFL scores and highlights.
What a series now for this youngster out of UCLA, because I've talked about them throwing some routes at him to push him deeper. Well, the other thing you can do as well, add a little extra protection and double move people, because Pittsburgh's running to where they think the ball's going to go quickly. Maybe a second move to try and shake people free, or a second reaction from the quarterback DRT.
A lot of offense in this second half.
There we go.
Thompson Robinson for Bryant.
No, that would make him DTR. I better get it right.
Did you catch that?
You came up with a new nickname.
You know,
Fly down.
Hands to the face. Defense.
That's all.
Correction. Apology.
Offense.
Offense number 66. It's a 10-yard penalty. They play first down.
That's a tough thing.
Can't have that.
We accept your apology. The crowd inside the stadium is not going to be as forgiving. First penalty of the day against the Browns.
That's a tough one, Sean. Did you see? He was like, oh.
He knew it. Apology. And the penalty on James Hudson. So that negates the pass to Harrison Bryant.
The tough part is if you're Cleveland, which way are you going if you're Kevin Stefanski? The defense has been so good all the way, but this last drive by Pittsburgh may have taken a little bit out of it. You want to give him a little bit of rest here. You want to try and find a way to get this ball downfield, but the Pittsburgh defense is going so well here in the second half.
First down, 20, back at the 15-yard line. Just over 7 minutes to go. So Robinson steps up. For the sack.
With the right tackle, James Hudson. Watch how he retreats so far back into the lap of his quarterback. He makes it tough on him to be able to step up and make a play. TJ Watt, the fierce rusher to begin with, but Hudson retreats so much that Watt is right back into the face of Thompson Robinson. And there's no play to be made there, and it's the first sack of the game for TJ Watt, I believe.
Second down at 22. Shotgun formation here for Thompson Robinson. Deep drop. Potentially, as
Yeah, you got to throw it downfield.
Chandon Sullivan, who already has an INT, makes the play, ranging over. As mentioned, we have two of the premier defensive players in this game. And TJ Watt, 89 sacks in his 97th game. Myles Garrett, 87.5 sacks in his 94th game. They're putting up prodigious numbers.
Race to who has the most at the 100 mark.
Thompson Robinson has connected on 4 of his last 17 passes. This one is caught by Elijah Moore, but well short of the first down. Hit by a Landon Roberts on the play. It's 4th down for Cleveland with the clock rolling.
All right, man.
In the 4th quarter.
So if you watch Pittsburgh Steelers football all year long, this looks awfully familiar, doesn't it?
It's the same movie.
It is the same one over and over.
Get them off the field here, defense.
The body snatchers of Pittsburgh trying to snatch another football game and take it back to the Steel City Will.
Austin, the return man, Jorquez to kick it. No rush. Spinner.
Not a good.
That was not the intention. Never got to Austin, but the field position is going to be excellent.
Last 2 punts from our punters have not been what they've been looking for.
Yeah, 25.
All right, defense. Show us something here. Let's get a fumble, an interception, or a 3 and out. You got to get one of those 3. Got to get one of those 3.
Video is sticky and cruel. Maybe I should have called you first, but I was trying to get to you.
Ooh. Well, this is exactly the kind of game we thought it would be. Nice, tight game. Defense is really the only thing happening. The biggest threat to the Browns right now is Jaylen Warren. I would say he's been the best offensive player in this football game. So you got to figure out a way to make sure that he doesn't continue to put his impact on this game. And in general, just the Steelers' run game, and you need to just slow it down. This is a good drive for it to show up for the run defense because you know they're going to rely on it. They got 6 minutes left. They would like to run these 6 minutes out to the last seconds of the game and kick a field goal to win it. But if you're the Browns, got to just get them off the field here, get them off in 3, stop the run early. If you do that, then I think you'll be in a good position to get the ball back. But you know what they're going to try to do. Trust your corners, trust your secondary to handle their business here. Front 7 needs to do what they need to do. At this point, I'd rather him throw a pick than just throwing the if he's just throwing the ball 20+ yards downfield, then these check downs 3 to 5 yards on the flat that are closed off. Yeah, he's going to have to make an adjustment. I think he's just, he's a rookie, right? So he has to learn this stuff in real time. I think he'll figure it out enough, and I think the defense is going to support him. So let's see what happens here. But yeah, he's looking like a rookie right now. Looks pretty good in that first half. They made some adjustments. He's looking a little rookie-ish right now. Didn't get helped by the penalty early in that drive either.
Top view of the Steelers and the Browns. 145th all-time leading. Pittsburgh 6-0 in games decided by one score. That's the best in the NFL. Cleveland 3-0, games decided by 3 points or fewer. On the move, Pickett delivers downfield to Pickens. Touchdown catch at the Cleveland 40, good for 12 yards.
This catch is better than you think. Why? Because that ball's supposed to be to the outside towards the pylon. And George Pickens,
he caught that.
Body control. Look at him have to slip and move back inside and catch.
It didn't move. That's a catch.
You want to take a look at this?
We ain't got no challenges.
Does he have it?
No challenges.
If the ball hits the ground, they have no more challenges.
Oh, they're out. Well, the too bad is not within 2 minutes, right? They're fortunate Pittsburgh is.
Pickett 5 for his last 5, and that on the end of the screen, he just bounced it in the direction of Najee Harris.
2nd and 10.
Stops the clock with 5:03 to go here in the 4th. Cleveland Browns led this one 10-0. Steelers got the long touchdown run, 74 yards from one. They get the field goal to tie the game at 10. Now to take the lead with 5 minutes to go. One more first down. They're in great shape. Robinson motion man. It's a running point.
Oh, huge. Huge. I'm sure this may have been talked about, but it's clear the coaches don't trust the kid. Give PJ in. They're not letting him try it. No, Doug Poundbacker. That's not what's going on. He's not choosing to throw the ball downfield. I think that's more or less what's going on. Maybe they're doing a good job of covering it downfield and smothering him up and making him make quick decisions. But I don't think it's that they don't trust him to throw it downfield. It's just that's where he's going with the ball.
Defense. Pickett throws to Warren. He's been a playmaker. And Warren is dropped down at the 42-yard line by Smith.
It's a 57-yard field goal here. If Pitt scores, do you put in P.J. Walker? I mean, if you trusted the kid to start him, you got to trust the kid in the game, man. Can't just keep going yakety sacks.
Getting out into the flat, making a big open field tackle, and forcing a punt for Pittsburgh here late in the game.
So it's Harvin.
Watch a fake.
Who's had some issues today, along with Bajorquez. They don't have a tough good yards. So, yeah, you're right. They don't have the right number. Play clock is down to 3. Snap it. Crochet standing at the 9. Moves forward and brings it in at the 14-yard line. 29-yard kick. Don't forget, NFL Today update delivered by Little Caesars, time permitting. JB and the rest of the crew in New York for the latest NFL scores and highlights. It is Dorian Thompson-Robinson getting a chance once again after the Cleveland defense does its job.
Have a good 3 minutes here. Nobody's going to remember the third quarter. Huh?
The Pittsburgh defense can do the same for them.
Conservative as Cleveland's been on offense in the second half, don't expect Pittsburgh to back off at all here. They're thinking to themselves, we can make a play deep in territory and find a way to turn it back to offense if they don't make the play themselves on defense.
You've seen 2 timeouts remaining.
Pittsburgh, again, substitution issue for Pittsburgh. Too many guys on the field.
That's the second time today they've had to call a timeout because there were 12 men on the field. And that one could really come back to haunt them.
That's what we see in the second half is this Steelers defense really got hyped up. They were conservative in throwing the ball, not pushing anyone downfield. Everything's a contested play when they throw it. And then the pressure. TJ Watt finally gets home in this one. Terrell Austin's defense has hung in there the entire game and given themselves a chance to win this one.
Onto the backfield, the rookie Thompson-Robinson fakes the handoff, sets, throws, catch made, and
Yeah, see, he keeps going right back to that running back.
clock is rolling down to 3:15 to go. Yards are hard to come by for both offenses. Kevin Stefanski calls the plays in addition to his head coaching duties. Trying to find the right ones right now for DTR.
I know if he does throw the ball here, he doesn't want it to stay in his hands very long. That makes it difficult to make an extra move and shake free against this Pittsburgh coverage.
It's a gift to
Oh, wow.
He got stamped at the end of the play. But Cleveland is on the move after the 16-yard run for the veteran.
You're probably right. Just wanted to see more.
He had
Yep.
to be worried about getting stamped at the end of this one because of what he did. He gave himself up, didn't he? He said, I'm going for the first down. If you're going to take me out now, fine, but there's the hurdle to get it.
God damn, David.
Another one from Njoku.
He was matched up with a linebacker, Landon Roberts, stops the clock with 2:23 to go. 2nd and 10 for Cleveland. Browns have 2 timeouts to work with. Shotgun on 7 down. Tied at 10. Thompson-Robinson delivers to the outside. Caught by Njoku. But quickly tackled on the play by Roberts.
All right, 3rd and 5.
Gain of 3. Browns in no rush. And they're going to let this
Go down to the 2.
to the 2 and 1.
That makes sense.
37.
This is it. 2-1. 2 minutes.
Yep.
All right, so better drive than what you've had in the second half so far. Good, sparked by a good run there by Kareem Hunt. Just going to have to get some offense going some way, some shape, somehow. This is why I said going into this game, man, you just want to figure out how to cobble it together with DTR enough to get a win because he's a rookie, right? So you just got to figure out what's he going to be able to do, what you can trust him to do, what you can't trust him to do. That's going to take a 2-3 week process to figure that out. The reason you do that is because you hope that the ceiling on him is a lot higher than what the ceiling is on PJ Walker. So that's why you make that decision, because you got to get that information out. There's not that many games left in the season. Got to figure out if this is somebody who could have potentially raised the ceiling on the season once the shine goes down. Now you got to figure out a way to get some offense here. But again, the goal of this game for me coming into it was just for DTR to get out of it without being a disaster. This drive will determine how we feel about it. But right now, at the 30, it's been tough sledding for this offense. They've gotten one scoring drive so far in this game. It was a 17-play scoring drive. It seems like Pittsburgh has decided to sit on everything short, and it doesn't seem like we're super willing to throw the ball downfield either. So that's going to be a strategy that's going to work. And also, we're not getting a lot of guys like David's not catching the ball as consistently as he usually does. Same thing with Elijah Moore, and we really just haven't got Coop involved at all. Is Hunt really the best running back right now? No, it's still Jerome Ford. It's just right now in this moment of the game, that's who's up in the rotation is Kareem Hunt. And it makes sense to have a veteran in there, somebody who could pass, catch, and is really good at getting those screens out too. But it's going to be hard for teams to fall for those screens when you ain't really been attacking downfield, right? Like that's where the screens become really hard to get when you do that.
CBS is sponsored by AT&T 5G. It's reliable. Secure.
The Steelers continue to play Najee over Warren because he's a first round pick. It's just insane to me. Cost them field goal range on the last drive.
We're top of 10 in the tightly contested AFC North. The Steelers and Browns are both 6-3. Baltimore leading the division at 8-3. The Browns face a 3rd and 7. Under 2 minutes to go. The pass bounces off the hands of the intended target, Njoku. It's incomplete, and the Browns will punt it on 4th down.
This has not been David.
He got it there too, and David just drops it.
You're right about the call there, Ryan. Just a tad high, but that's what you've got to come down with. That's what we call a gotta have it situation.
We pretty much have Kenny Pickett at quarterback right now. I think it's about supporting him, to be honest. Like, as much as this is on DTR, he's a rookie. You got to expect that David's got to come down with stuff like that, right? Like, it's about giving him the support to be able to win this game. And right now, your wide receivers, or at least at certain key positions, we just let a big return happen to the 30. At certain key positions, we're not really supporting him that well.
2 on the clock, a 58-yard punt, a 20-yard return. Kenny Pickett, 14 of 24, just 94 yards on the day. Thompson Robinson getting the start. Deshaun Watson done for the year. Fracture in his right shoulder. Warren has been the star from Pittsburgh. 145 total yards. And the Steelers,
boy, a turnover here would be giant.
The reverse was true in the first half.
Exactly. And Kenny Pickett, we get used to just taking his numbers up to this point and throwing them. This is what they call KPT time.
Pickett's pass incomplete, looking for Deontay Johnson.
He hasn't been a part
2nd
of
and
this
10.
So long. Almost made me surprised ball came his way.
2 catches, 10 yards for Deontay Johnson. 2nd down and 10 with 1:38 on the clock. 6 come-from-behind wins this season. It's the most in the NFL for the Steelers. Pickett, 7 career game-winning drives, including 3 quarters and overtime. 2nd down and 10. Pickett's going to air it out. Oh, there's nobody there.
Is that a grounding?
Well, they have man coverage on the outside, and he likes to say, if it's man coverage, you give my guys the ball, especially Pickens. And I think he expected Deontay Johnson to continue down the field on that go route. With the safety in the middle of the field away from them.
3rd and 10 here.
1:32 on the clock. 3rd and 10 for the Steelers. 9 straight wins in 1 Steeler game to franchise records in Pittsburgh. The package here for the Browns on 3rd and 10. Pickett.
Good coverage. Good coverage.
Cleveland's going to get the football back with 1:20
Oof.
left in regulation.
And Pittsburgh did everything right. They doubled Myles Garrett. They had the opportunity with Deontay Johnson, but MJ Emerson with good coverage does not allow him to come down with the football.
Charles, that drive was 14 seconds for Pittsburgh.
Field position wise, should turn out well for Cleveland.
Kick from Harvey.
Njoku looking like
takes a peek upfield from the 23.
Njoku is looking like the ball is coming in faster than he thinks it will be. I don't know what's going on with him. There's no way DTR is throwing that ball any faster than Deshaun Watson.
Next, game 2 of our NFL on CBS.
There's no way.
To an AFC East rivalry. Two teams determined to stay. The Jets are in Buffalo and take on the Bills.
I just think this is a function of not having a lot of production in the passing game all game, so you're just a little tight.
Feels like a loser-leave town match. Big one, Jets and Bills. We got a monster right here in front of us.
So it comes down to the rookie out of UCLA, Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Just over a minute to go. PTO throws.
There you go. Good throw, good catch. You got timeout. Run it, run it, run it, run it, run it, run it.
Open gap and good body control and soft hands for the catch.
Catch made by Hunt.
Out of bounds.
53 seconds on the clock.
All right, 53 seconds.
Here's the first down throw. Look at him go down to secure the catch. Good concentration.
Good job, Elijah.
They've been trying to use him as one of those hybrid receivers and running backs earlier in the year. That package has kind of gone away, and he's much more of a receiver now. He comes in one of his biggest catches of the year.
They need about 10 yards to get into Hopkins' range. Such a second down and 5. 50 seconds left.
Got it.
With Cooper. Timeout call.
Hey, that's what you know you can rely on with him.
He threw that ball with no pressure on it, meaning he threw that ball like he was in the moment, and it wasn't a rookie.
Good job, Rook. Good job, Rook.
And threw a strike.
Offense, please score. I'm begging you. Hopefully, Ty Fisher. I would like 10 more yards here. See if you can run it.
Quarter from behind. So, Charles, right now they'd be staring at a 55-yard attempt after that completion. The career long for Hopkins, 58, and he did that this year.
And so far this year, he is 7 for 7 from 50-plus yards.
Brown still got one timeout, right?
Hopkins getting himself ready. Steelers.
DTR threw the fastest football in combine history. Oh, I didn't know that.
48 seconds to go. Could be quarterback throw out here to keep it. Thompson-Robinson.
Good shit. All right. Spike it. Are we calling timeout?
That covers 11 yards. The Browns very much in business. Down to 32 seconds to go.
Now what you're thinking is, where does my kicker want the ball on the field? You have to know that as you're running your offense.
Winner here moves to 7-3 on the year. Punt the carry.
All right. You got one timeout left. Call it.
Hit by TJ Watt.
Don't call it now, though.
19 seconds left.
Or did Pittsburgh call their timeout? Oh, yeah, injury.
Timeout taken by the Browns. Hayward up on his feet. We have 19 seconds on the clock.
And if they took a timeout, he doesn't have to come out.
Cleveland trying to start the year 7-3. They did that in 2020. They finished that season 11-5.
Timeout, Cleveland. Their third and final of the half.
But that's it
timeout
for the Browns.
This could be very similar to what we saw the other night with Buffalo and Denver. They're out of timeouts. You run a play and run your field goal unit out there.
20 seconds.
They're going to put a second on the clock. I mean, they're still in control here, a 2nd and 8. They got the extra down to work with. Steelers have the one timeout remaining. Might be using it for.
Yeah, run it and spike it.
Out to the backfield.
Someone jumped up the right side for Cleveland. Lee Harrison Bryant slumped. I wonder if it was him.
It's making your life a little more difficult. But
Still plenty of space for Hopkins with the leg he has.
Play the game. Defense number 95.
Wow. Rookie mistake there by Keanu Benton. Let's get quiet. Let's get quiet.
And then block it on third down if necessary.
You might want to think about it. You might kick it on third in case something goes wrong. Fourth down.
Run play.
First down. Spike it. Spike it.
There. That's the key right now. 10 seconds. Down to 7 seconds. Spike it. Let's go.
Get the kicker out there. Let's do it. Cardiac Browns, baby. Let's go.
It's going to come down to Dustin Hopkins.
All right, Dustin. 30-yarder here. 35-yarder.
Hit the game winner last week from 40 yards away in the come from behind victory against the Ravens.
If this goes through the post, what a spot for Dorian Thompson-Robinson. I'm going to grow it up.
Let's block up front.
Steelers do have the one timeout. This is from 34 yards away. Hewlett, the snapper. And a timeout call. So I'm going to make Hopkins think about it.
Final timeout of the half. 30-second timeout.
You know what happened last week on an extra point? Patrick Peterson blocked it. Something he takes great pride in. No timeouts remaining. The rookie Dorian Thompson-Robinson leading his team down the field. He went 4 for 4 on the drive prior to the spike. So Hewlett will snap it. The Horkins to hold it.
All right, Hop.
It's a 34-yard attempt for the Browns. Looking to go in front. Snap.
Got it. That's it, baby. All right. What's the flag? Snap infraction?
There's a penalty marker on the near side.
Offside. Defense.
Penalties decline.
All
right. Squib it. Finish it. There we go. Squib it. Finish it.
13-10. Browns in front.
Still got 2 seconds left. Still got 2 seconds left.
Steelers have won all of these close games this season. They may have finally met their match here in Cleveland.
Change in preseason from Key York to Dustin.
D-Hop is the dude, the big Legboski.
The kicker position.
Got a sigh of relief from rookie Dorian Thompson.
I like that from DTR, man. This is a guy who knows he could play a little bit better. Hey, look, man, first real start for him, man. All right, let's finish this.
Cleveland trying to take this time off the clock, but force Pittsburgh to make a decision, or you kick it out and make one Hail Mary defensive play.
2 seconds left. Hopkins is going to blast it. Steelers are out at the 25-yard line, trailing 13-10.
All right, defense, protect it.
Just the swing and
No penalties.
coming off that huge win over Baltimore. Then the news that Deshaun Watson would be out for the season with a fracture in his right shoulder. That came down on Wednesday. So after the initial shock, once it was announced that Thompson-Robinson would start, You saw Browns fans beginning to rally once again. 2 seconds left. Last gasp for the Steelers. Toss it. Pickens. Give it up.
That's game, baby. Woo! Woo! You can unclench the butt cheeks now. That was a tight one. That was a tight one. I know y'all was squeezing in that fourth quarter, especially with 6 minutes left. Ooh, boy, it didn't look great. It didn't look great, but they pulled that one through. DTR, look, he did what needed to be done at the end of that game, and that's all I really care about. I said it going into this game. I had no expectations for DTR one way or the other. My expectation was that you just get through the game without the kid being a disaster, right? He's going to throw an interception. It's going to be what it's going to be, but get through the game without the kid being a disaster. And that's a win for you if you're the Cleveland Browns. I know some people had delusions of grandeur, like what DTR was going to step in here and be, but that's a rookie quarterback going up against a division opponent in a critical game for both teams. Dog Pound Backer says Hopkins can miss 3 more kicks. Let's go. And you know what? At the end of the day, he showed up in the biggest moment of the game. So that's what's important. Yeah, so that's what's important when it comes to this game is he showed up when you needed him to. Mike TVA says with the $2 super chat, Browns win. Absolutely. The Browns now move to 7-3 on the season, and they're 1 game back from first place. They're also 1 game back from first place in the AFC. Now, what's DTR going to look like going forward? I feel like this was probably going to be a rough one for him. As long as he didn't look like a disaster, I would be okay with it. He did exactly what I expected, right? He got through it, didn't look like a disaster. That's fine. That's fine. I'm fine with that result from DTR. I know some people really, doing just enough to win, right? That's what, again, a rookie quarterback, first real start of his career, second start technically. It was always going to be tough for that rookie. It was always going to be tough for that rookie in that spot, whether he had played 5 games before, whether he had not played 5 games before, right? That was always going to be a tough spot for the rookie. And the expectation couldn't be he was going to come in there, ball out, throw for 300 yards, all this shit. Nah, the expectation had to be for DTR was just get through the game, young fella, right? Just get through the game, young fella. And he honestly exceeded my expectations. The Browns out Mike Tomlin in a Tomlin game. Sly says 4-0 in games decided by 3 or less. No quitting this team. Absolutely. But that's what you wanted out this team. That's what you wanted to see. That's a W. That's 7-3. And that's the kind of football that you want to continue to see this Cleveland Browns team play. The Browns are 7-3. If you have not heard, DTR with some good throws on that game-winning drive there from the Cleveland Browns with 1:30 left. You thought that they would try to come up with that game-winning drive with about, 3 minutes left when they ran that drive into the 2-minute warning, but it didn't happen there. The defense, again, crucial in this game, forced like 3 3-and-outs. I'd be surprised if the Pittsburgh Steelers had positive yardage offensively in that fourth quarter. I think they might have held the Pittsburgh Steelers total this year to like under under any total yards in the fourth quarter against them. Jeremy says, can we get off Kevin's back? He deserves more trust. Absolutely. Absolutely. Kevin deserves all the trust in the world. He's done a great job with this team. He's winning Tomlin games against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Browns are 7-3 with 3 different starting quarterbacks this year. I mean, like, if you don't want to give the credit to the coach at this point, you just hating. Like, you sound like a hater at this point. As far as DTR, I don't know if I could take away much long term from what I saw in this game. I saw some good things. I saw some bad things. Thomas Dalton makes a point. He played the 2 best defenses in the league in 2 of his starts. And he's alive to tell the tale. And that's important. I think another important thing is they only took 2 sacks in that game. This was a smart game, a good game, a clean game of football by the Cleveland Browns. They did exactly what they needed to do in order to win this game. And that's the biggest takeaway that you can have. The Cleveland Browns are winners here. Let me go ahead and let everybody know I'm live on Bleacher Report. Telling y'all Browns fans, this ain't the same old Browns. You got to believe. Let's go Browns. Woof, woof. Absolutely doesn't matter. I mean, like, how could you not have that takeaway after today, after what the Browns have found a way to do every single week, and found a way to respond week in and week out. And look, it's going to be a tough road ahead. These teams aren't the greatest that you're going to have to play. And I think DTR probably played until he plays Cincinnati, the best defense he's going to play all year, or the best 2 defenses he's going to play all year. They keep saying they can't keep winning these games. I mean, like, it's not like the Browns are getting outgained in every game that they play in, like the Pittsburgh Steelers are. Like, we are clearly a better football team than they are. It's just, right now we were working through some kinks at rookie quarterback. They worked through those kinks. Huge win. Defense was amazing. We usually lose those type of games, but we've been winning them all year. I love it. Absolutely. I mean, at this point, you got to stop saying we usually lose those kind of games, because we've been winning those games all year off the back of the defense, off the back of special teams, off the back of what this team is asking them to do. And that's without with the exception of maybe Arizona, Tennessee, and Baltimore. And Baltimore's the one close game in that. That's without plus level quarterback play, right? DTR was fine. He did good where he was supposed to. And most importantly, he took care of the ball. He threw the 1 interception, but he took care of the ball. Did he throw 2 interceptions? Let me look at the box score just to be sure. No more arguments. Watt just lost to a 5th-round pick. I mean, TJ Watt didn't lose to a 5th-round pick. The Steelers lost to a 5th-round pick. But yeah, I mean, Myles Garrett showed up in bigger moments. He played a big game in there. It's going to be pretty hard for Steelers fans to discount this one. But we know how they're going to be, right? I'm pretty sure there's going to be Steelers fans who show up in the chat crying, oh, well, we didn't have this or that. The fact is that you had your starting, like, if you're the Browns, you got to look at it this way. You beat a 6-3 team with your 3rd starting quarterback, and they had all of their starters. They're their key stars. They had Minka, but they had Freiermuth back as well. That didn't matter really that much. Jay, hold on, we're going to listen to DTR's interview.
As you led that game-winning drive, we could see the emotions. The tears were flowing. We still see the red in your eyes. What's led to the emotions?
Man, I worked so hard at this, as well as all the other guys in the locker room. I felt like at times throughout the game I was making some mistakes, hurting my team. So it was frustrating me, but for my defense to go out there and do what they do, give me the ball back with this offense, I can't ask for anything more.
1:18 on the clock, game-winning drive. Pittsburgh had the clamps down on you guys in the second half. What changed in that drive?
I don't think anything changed, man. I think we stuck together. Coach believed in me. My teammates believed in me. I believed in them. And we took it one play at a time.
Yep.
Crowd throughout the day was chanting DTR. I'm not sure if you could hear it. How do you view the responsibility and opportunity you now have to lead this team?
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's a responsibility. I got to work at it every day. Today's result was a culmination of the whole week. It wasn't just showing up on Sunday. So I plan to come in on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday next week and get after it so we can get after the Broncos.
Never forget your first. Enjoy it.
No, thank you so much.
Absolutely. That's a big win for DTR. It's a huge moment for him, right? Because again, he struggled so much in the second half of this game. And I honestly think that a lot of those struggles were just mental, right? Like, I think he was just pressing. He was kind of afraid to go in there and throw the ball deep late. Shout out to DeJuan Jones for fighting through it. Yeah, I think that made a huge difference too, is that they put DeJuan Jones at the last drive, the last couple of drives. They put DeJuan Jones in, which held TJ Watt bay. And now we got to start talking about it when it comes to DeJuan Jones being one of the better, like, not just rookie tackles, but we really got to start talking about DeJuan Jones being one of the better right tackles in football. Didn't get that much action today because he's working off of an injury, but boy, oh boy, was he dominant in there when he was. I mean, I don't think TJ Watt got a single pressure on him, and he's got to be the first right tackle in a while that's held TJ to the numbers that he's held TJ to this year. Myles Garrett's a defensive player of the year. He's making his candidacy for offensive player. I mean, not offensive. I mean, he's the Browns offensive player of the year, but he's making his candidacy for MVP every week. The Browns go out there and win football games. And that's going to be what it comes down to with Myles, is what the Browns record's going to look like going forward. Ray Rag says got the 2 hardest games DTR will have to play out the way the rest of the season. Hope he gets those gun-shy jitters out the way. Yeah, I think that he for better or worse, trial by fire for the young kid. He had to go in there and play Pittsburgh in Baltimore. Now, look, let's be honest. It's not going to get much easier in the NFL. It's not like the Rams have a garbage defense. It's not like the Broncos defense is playing bad anymore. It's not like that he has like this super easy stretch of defenses. But his first 2 games were against 2 of the better defenses you can play that are also very familiar with what you like to do on the offensive side of the ball. And that adds up to a damning combination that you have to overcome throughout that game. Michael says Steelers coaching staff gives us an early Christmas present by taking the ball out of Jaylen Warren's hands late. Absolutely don't know why they went away from Jaylen Warren in those last 2 drives. And Mike Tomlin has to be asking questions about himself, because to only take 7 seconds or whatever it was off the clock in that last drive is a disaster. Right. And then for that drive to end up being the game winner with the rookie against him. And by the way, Mike Tomlin, I know this is one for the homie Guru. Mike Tomlin's 6th loss to a rookie quarterback. 6. I know that people were throwing out that stat. And this is why let me go on a rant. You know, it's rant time. It's rant time. Hit the rant bell. Let me go on a rant. People be throwing out these stats with no context, not understanding that stat only exists to make you feel better. It says nothing about the actual game. And that whole rookie quarterback stat that they were throwing out there with Mike Tomlin, oh, you know, Mike Tomlin's 5 and whatever against rookie quarterbacks, and that's why the Steelers are going to win this game. It was garbage. It was garbage. You look at the matchups, you knew that the Browns defense was better than Pittsburgh's going in. I think everybody knew that doesn't live in Pittsburgh world, that the Browns had a better defense coming in there. Offensively, we've been a better offense with or without Deshaun Watson all year versus the Pittsburgh Steelers, who still have not outgained an opponent, I believe, even though the Browns were abysmal in that second half in their ability to move the football. And people were telling me that stat was the one reason the Browns couldn't win this game, when this game was never going to come down to quarterback play. This game was never about who played quarterback, because both of these quarterbacks are relative unknowns to mediocre, right? Like, we don't know what DTR is. We don't know technically what Kenny Pickett is, but we know what Kenny Pickett is. Kenny Pickett ain't nobody you got to worry about. Kevin Stefanski and AB need their extensions already. Absolutely. But this is the thing that I'm going to be talking about. We be bringing up these numbers that are accumulated over 20, 30 years, and then we try to apply them on 1 week in a random Sunday, when that's not the number that applies. The number that applies are the ones that are relevant to the teams that are playing on the field. And right now, the Browns prove that they are the better team than Pittsburgh in every way. If Deshaun Watson played in this game, we know it would have been a blowout. They're not even close to us when we have good quarterback play. But if we give them the benefit of not having good quarterback play on offense, we're still better than them. As long as we don't hurt ourselves, we'll beat the Steelers. Chris Gustafaro says with a $5 super chat, you're going to give up a sack to TJ Watt, but I'm not mad. Holding him to one is a good job. Yeah, and the one you held him to, like, that wasn't like TJ Watt did anything impressive. It was more James Hudson not having an anchor. We know what it is. We know why he got that sack. It's not nothing like what Miles does every week in, week out, and that's why the Browns won this game. Should have won it by 5 because that safety should have been in there. You imagine this game goes overtime, the Browns lose. We crying about that safety that didn't get called. It's B Titty says with a $5 super, the beauty of this win is that we are 7-3 and done with Baltimore and Pittsburgh for the year. Yeah, you have one division game left, and I believe you now have 3 division wins. You split with Pittsburgh, you split with Baltimore, and you've won one against the Cincinnati Bengals. So you're 3-2 in the division with the chance to go 4-2. That's usually where the bar is, where if you want to win the division, you got to have that kind of a record versus your division opponent. 4 Super Bowl for the Browns this year, which ties them for 5th all time. Yes. 3 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks. Yeah, each game we've won a Super Bowl with 3 different quarterbacks, right? Because after we beat Cincinnati, they said that the Browns won a Super Bowl there, right? That's how their fans responded. Well, that was one Super Bowl. San Francisco 49ers, after that one, people were saying that's Super Bowl with PJ won that one. And then last week, Deshaun won another one. This week, now DTR wins the 4th one for this team. Look, this team has stepped up. Elijah Moore stepped up today, as Sly brings up. DeJuan Jones has been amazing. What a pick. Yeah, I mean, DeJuan Jones is one of the 5 best players in this draft class, and you got him in the 4th round. And that's what I think doesn't get brought up when we talk about the whole Deshaun Watson trade. When people want to use it as an automatic dunk, is okay, you can talk about what the Browns didn't have pick-wise, but talk about what they did draft in those drafts regardless. They're fine going forward, right? A lot of people want to write this team off as a disaster. I saw all the videos go up this week about how the Browns are the stupidest team in the world for making that trade. But how are we done when we're winning, right? When the San Francisco 49ers make a bad trade, and it's a bad trade, like Trey Lance has never looked as good as Deshaun Watson ever has in the Browns uniform, by the way. But when the 49ers make that trade, y'all give them the leeway by saying, well, they're winning games, but the Browns do something that's honestly, Deshaun's been much better than whatever that is. It's not saying much, but the Browns do something similar at this point, but they're winning games, and y'all can't do nothing but bitch and moan about it nationally. You see what I mean? San Francisco gets to get by on winning these games. Browns 7-3. 3 different quarterbacks. Y'all still want to talk about the contract. Y'all still want to talk about the money nationally. Y'all can shut the fuck up about the Browns going forward, honestly. National media can shut the fuck up about this team going forward because they don't have a good read on them. The same people who counted us out when Deshaun went out after that Tennessee game, who said the Browns season's over because he's in and out the lineup and all this, they didn't know what they were talking about. The same people who counted us out for the 49ers were the same people who counted us out versus the Baltimore Ravens on the road, and they're the same people who, once Deshaun Watson went out, counted us out against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and these same people don't learn the same lesson that we keep teaching them. They don't keep learning the same lesson. We keep giving them the same lesson. They don't learn a single thing from it. That's the truth. That's what they've been. That's what they continue to be. They continue to be wrong. How many national media pundits said that this team would be 6-11 if Deshaun Watson isn't elite? That this team would be 6-11. We've started 3 quarterbacks. We're 7-3. How many of those guys? Where are they at now? You know what they're saying now? They said last week after being wrong all year. Last week, they're like, well, it's over for the Browns. Their season's done. They can't win anymore. Oh, it's the worst trade of all time. Oh, boo-hoo. What happened? We continue to win. I said going into it on AFC North Talk, the Browns were going to win this game because the Browns are the better football team. They were the better football team versus the Baltimore Ravens. They're the better football team when they play the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're the better football team when they play most teams because this team is what they swore it wasn't. It's good. It's resilient. This team has heart. This team can out Pittsburgh. This team can out Baltimore in Baltimore. It's funny to me, after Baltimore gets an easy win with Joe Burrow out for the second half, how quickly people jump back onto that Baltimore bandwagon while also writing off this Browns team. It's hilarious to me, right? Oh yeah, Baltimore, they might be the best team in the AFC. Let's not act like that Browns game happened. By the way, the team that beat them last week, let's act like their season's done. They continue to be wrong. They were wrong about Kevin. They were wrong about Andrew. They're wrong about everything that they talk about with this team. They continue to be wrong. They've been wrong all year. They've been wrong during the offseason. Nobody's been right. Okay. They've been wrong about this team. And they refuse to admit it, but you know what it is. At the end of the day, they wrong. They're always wrong about this team. Always. Season's over, it's not. They done predicted death. The Browns must be the Undertaker, because I swear, they predicted death on this team 3, 4, 5 times. Oh, it's over. They predicted death before the season. They predicted death 3 games into the season. They predicted death. Like, how many video essays have you seen about how bad the Browns are as an organization from YouTubers who know what they're talking about, apparently, from pundits nationally, and from bloggers or whatever? How many people have told you that the Browns season's over and that it's looking bleak for them and that they're done and they're such a terrible organization and they're bad and dysfunctional and LOL Browns, right? How many of these idiots have been wrong all year and continue to post content as if they've been right? How many? How long do we have to do this? How long do people just close their eyes to what's happening right now and act like this ain't what it is? Seriously. Won a game with the rookie quarterback against a 6-3 team, and he had a 53.2 rating. You know what it was. You know what it is. Stop doubting them. Stop doubting them. Just stop it. And if you don't want to watch this team, don't write about this team. If you don't want to actually watch the Browns play football, don't post videos about the Browns playing football. Don't tweet about them, right? If you don't want to watch them, and what is obvious to me by the coverage I see of this team, nobody cares to actually watch them. But they love writing about them. They're going to write about this team this week as if they didn't win. And I'm fine with that, because the less credit we get, the bigger the chip on the defensive shoulder gets, and the more wins we're going to stack up. Next thing, they're going to look around, see we got the 1 seed with the backup quarterback, and then they're going to start writing some positive shit, right? Once they are definitively proven wrong. But they've already been proven wrong 3 times before. We knew who this team was at the end of that San Francisco game. We knew what kind of season it was. We knew what we are. We knew how we are, if you've been watching this team closely. But everybody else wants to have everything else factor into their opinion about this team. They've been wrong. They've been wrong all week. They've been wrong all year. They've just been wrong, and they refuse to admit it. Failing dangerously says, hey, Quincy, man, we have this. That should be the mantra. I don't care who's the quarterback. I don't care what's up. We're going to take this house skirt. We're going to take it all. Let's go Brownies. Yeah, man. And here's why I say you should never count this Browns team out. We got the best player in football, Myles Garrett. As long as 95's on the field, we got our franchise. That's what this was about. What's Adam Rake's record with the Browns now? He's terrible, dog. But the Browns, well, Myles Garrett is the franchise player of this team. He's the franchise player. He's the Ray Lewis of this franchise. He's the franchise player. And you know what I love that Myles Garrett did? Set the tone early on. Got a safety. It didn't get called a safety. It was a safety. Comes out first play of the game defensively. Sets the freaking tone. Because you know what it would have been easy for the Browns defense to do? Oh, man. Another blow. Nick Chubb's out. Deshaun's out. Oh, man. You know what, man? The season's done, man. I just can't keep fighting. But you know what Myles did? Made sure that quit wasn't in nobody. Came out first play, pushed them back all the way. Now we know what time it is. We know what time we on. Jayon says, hot take, the Browns are a damn good team. It's crazy. It's a crazy take, Jayon. It's a crazy take. Like, Carl says, Taki overachieving as a role player. It's also funny how no one actually is talking about how D-Hop is the best Browns trade this year. You know, people love to talk about the stuff the Browns do that you could portray in a negative light. Oh, people love the LOL Brown stuff. They love it. They love the loser Brown stuff. Oh, yeah, how can I paint the Cleveland Browns as a loser? But when the Browns start doing winner shit like they've done all year, they mention it for 2 seconds, go, oh, I'm so happy for them, and then just never talk about it again. That's what they do. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of them getting away with it. I'm tired of it not being called out. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the smug attitude people talk about this franchise with. I'm tired of the laziness that people choose to cover this team with and the definitiveness that they speak on it with when they are so lazy and wrong about everything they talk about with this team. I put a lot of work in. I put over 50, 60 hours of work in on this channel to give you a good read of this team. And they're lazy bastards who just come around here, snoop at a box score and go, this is the story of the Browns, and blast that out to millions of people. And nobody gives that any pushback outside of Cleveland. Nobody offers any counterpoint to it. It just gets let to fly. And I'm like, how many wins does this team have to have before there needs to be a reckoning on how lazy y'all been? It's ridiculous. It's over the top at this point, how lazy the coverage has been, how impossible it is for the Browns to get an increment of credit. They beat the Ravens in Baltimore. We can't get no credit for that. We beat the Pittsburgh Steelers with DTR on his second start of his career. The first start was awful. Worse than you've ever seen. Was compared to Clayton Tune. Ain't gonna get no credit for this. Ain't gonna get no credit for this. And then we'll beat whoever's up next. We'll beat them. We'll beat the next team. We'll beat them. We'll be at 10 wins. We ain't gonna get no credit. Well, you know they've had an easy schedule the last few weeks, as if we haven't beaten all the best teams in the NFL. You know what I mean? Like, it's just gonna be this all year. Just disingenuous talking points because people are dead set on trying to go LOL Browns because they traded for Deshaun Watson. We know what it is. You don't like that we traded for Deshaun Watson. You don't like that we gave him the contract, but that does not give you a license to sit here and be horribly dishonest about a team that you watch, Brett Coleman. He don't even watch him. He just be talking shit. Like Brett Coleman, 5 points, all of these people who have put out some of the worst videos I've seen on this team in a while. And I got respect for their work, but I know this team really well. I do a lot of work on this team. And the stuff that I've seen from them specifically has been terrible. Just awful, base level garbage. Garbage. And they usually do good stuff, but they're garbage on this topic. It's been garbage all year. And it makes me question it that they're garbage on more topics I'm just not more aware of because I don't know all 32 teams like I know this one. Sly says, if Shanahan was doing what Kevin Stefanski's doing, they give him Coach of the Year? Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, this is Kyle Shanahan stuff right here, winning with any quarterback. This is the stuff that they claim Kyle Shanahan does all the time, but Kyle's never did no shit like this. Kyle's never got to 7-3 with 3 different starting quarterbacks. He's never did it. Like, this is beyond Kyle Shanahan, to be honest. This is his own accomplishment. It's just irritating to see this team fight their heart out every week, continue to get wins, and to not get the same respect that other teams get. And I'm just happy that this team is going to force their way into that conversation and force some of these lazy narratives that have formed about this organization, especially since 2020, to die. Kevin Stefanski's record, check it. I think it's like 12 games over 500 at this point. He's a really good coach. Stop listening to people who lying to y'all about Kevin. Kevin's really good. Look what he's done. Look what he's done with quarterback play that ain't been that different since what this team's had since 1999. Look what he's done. He's the best coach in franchise since expansion history for sure. Next man up. They come up so well. They come up well in these moments. They keep fighting. Like, this is what you think a well-coached football team is. Stefanski ball beats Tomlin ball in Cleveland. Most definitely. That was a Stefanski ball game. They played Stefanski ball, and that's what we're going to have to play for the rest of the season. I said it earlier this week. Hey, if the Browns want to win a Super Bowl with this team, it'd be tough, but it's not something that hasn't been done before because this defense is around the level of a 2015 Broncos. And offensively, I have faith that Kevin can get it to where you were with Brock Osweiler. Marcus with the $1 super chat. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. It's just when you've been King Me in the Bleacher Report says, when you've been bad for so long, nobody buys into the hype. Stay consistent, folks will wake up. Here's the thing about that, King Me. That's just excusing laziness, in my opinion. Like, oh, this brand has been so bad that I'm not going to pay attention to what they're actually doing week to week. That's garbage. That's lazy. That's just lazy, in my opinion, to just try to get away with that. Appreciate you, Steve Hat, man. Steve just dropped the bomb here. Let's go, F Pitt. Thank you, Q, for the work you put in on the channel. Huge win today. Browns are 7-3 in the driver's seat for a playoff spot. Hell, we still in the division race. We'll see what Baltimore does going down for the rest of this season. But it's going to be a tough race to get the division, but the division is definitely possible. This Browns team has no quit in them. They have a 2-week West Coast trip. Let's hope that we can come out of this right. Ray Rag says, I would say this is a heel Q rant, but you're exactly right. So this is a babyface Q rant. Look, some people would think I'm a heel for saying what I said. Some people would think I'm a babyface. I'm just telling y'all the truth about this. The way that this team's been covered as a whole because of people's negative feelings about Deshaun Watson has been unfair, untruthful, and garbage. Lazy garbage. People are just allowed to get away with so much lazy, bad faith garbage when they talk about this team. How can you look at this team and tell me that in the preseason you thought they were going to be 6-11? Like, how did anybody think that? And nobody was predicting that Deshaun Watson would get hurt for the whole year. They thought we'd be 6-11 with Deshaun Watson. Like, how do people get away with being this grossly wrong? It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me, right? Kyle says, talk to him. I'll continue to talk to him, and I'll continue to talk to him 3 times a day, 7 days a week. Y'all know what it is. Icy Twana says, living on the West Coast on a number of times when I have my Myles Garrett jersey on and said it was a good season is crazy, makes me grin every time. Absolutely. Like, what you mean it was a good season? When I saw Steeler fans out here giving us pity, I'm like, did you not watch this team? Like, do you not know that we better than you? Without Deshaun Watson, we didn't need Deshaun to beat the Steelers. We need Deshaun to beat the Ravens. In Baltimore, absolutely. But Deshaun to beat the Pittsburgh Steelers, you were never that quality of team. Never that quality of team. Come on. Come on now. What made them think that they could give pity on us when they're starting Kenny Pickett, dog? Like, really? When Steelers fans out here giving us pity for our quarterback situation, they start Kenny Pickett. Get out of here. John Coy says, masterful from Stefanski. I knew Tomlin would make changes. It showed his hand early, sold out to the run. They couldn't react to the short passing at the end. Yeah. Great job of adjusting. And then just good job by DTR staying calm. Look, he didn't have a great 2-minute drive, but he came back 1 minute 45 left, 2 timeouts, and drove this team deep into field goal range to make that field goal easy for him. And that's a hell of an accomplishment for a rookie quarterback to do. It's a hell of an accomplishment. You know what I mean? I'm somewhat expecting people to, I'll leave that for later. Silverlicious with the $1 super chat. Appreciate that. Appreciate that bomb there. Appreciate that bomb. But yeah, it just bugs me because I know the work that gets put in every week by this team, by the people on this team, and that's why I just have not been satisfied with what I seen coverage wise of this team. Ray Rag says this team has 5 wins against currently 500 or better, but the Browns aren't a good team. Yeah, get out of here. That's why I keep hearing, man, people keep telling me why this team's not good or why this team can't do nothing. We did this last week. We'll continue to do it, man. And look, I'm not as hyped up as I was last week because, to be honest with you, I'm not surprised that the Browns did this. This is not shocking. This is what they should have done. Honestly, I feel like they should have won by more. This is what I expected out the Browns. To beat the Steelers at home, no shot that the Steelers were going to beat us here. C.J. Stroud has more career touchdowns than Kenny Pickett. C.J. Stroud a real one. C.J. Stroud a real one. Kenny Pickett's not. Like, we know this. We know these things to be true. But yeah, man. Yeah, like it's just funny to me how this coverage has gone, how people have chosen to be, how disingenuous and dishonest, and how much people have just chosen to throw certain facts out the window because it doesn't support their argument. Lawrence says, great stream, great win, dog pound energy today. Absolutely, man. Hey, that home crowd today was fire. That home crowd today was fire. If you were in that crowd, you're in the chat, dog, give yourself a Victory Monday treat or something, because that was a fire performance from the defense and the crowd. Y'all did that damn thing today. Brian Benning says with the $5 chat, Chubb has been at advantage, extending Kevin and AB tonight. Absolutely. 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 Keep spreading the truth, Q. I just try to talk about this team honestly, and I work really hard to do that, and I'm really passionate about that. And y'all know me. I will defend the truth. I don't want to sound like that. That sounds weird. I'll defend the truth like I'm Batman or something like that. But you know me. I think that being fair in an argument is not defending somebody. It's the bare minimum of a conversation, is that you're expected to be fair. And I think a lot of people have been failing that bare minimum. And I think it deserves to be called out. I think Miles will have to break the sack record and possibly come up with the pick 6 to win Defensive Player of the Year and MVP. Don't think it's out the realm of possibility. Great win. Yeah, man. Look, if the Browns keep stacking up wins, then that's when it becomes possible, right? The Browns are like 12 wins. Miles is near the sack record. It becomes real possible. Giants backup Tommy DeVito now has more career games with multiple passing touchdowns than Kenny Pickett. Y'all so nasty to Kenny. Oh, man. Y'all leave Kenny Bridgewater alone. Leave Kenny Bridgewater alone, y'all. That's crazy. That is crazy. I blame Joe Woods for the bad media. Good too fast. I mean, I don't know. I think just people are lazy. They see the Browns logos, they see the Browns helmets, and they automatically assume that they don't have to pay attention. But that's just trying to get away with laziness. This is trying to get away with the shortcut. It's okay. It's okay. We know y'all lazy. Y'all not going to do your job properly. Y'all not going to cover this team properly. It is what it is. It is what it is, right? It happened when we went 11-5. It's happening now. It is what it is. All we can do is take care of what we can do. I need to give you $50 to list all the Browns injuries. But yeah, Steelers lost because of Minka and Watt. And forget Watt forgot to brush his teeth. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe Watt got shut out that game like he did, right? He only had the 1 sack. That's crazy. He didn't really impact the game like you would expect, kind of like how Miles did. But that's it, man. That's it. That's it. What do you think changed on the final drive? I just think that they locked in, to be honest, right? The stuff that they threw on the final drive was there on the drive before. You remember Njoku had that drop. It was all there. I think just the guys around DTR locked in, made the plays that they needed to make, run game locked in, offensive line locked in, and they locked in around DTR, which allowed him to execute. That's really what it was, in my opinion. I'll look at the tape to get a better idea of it. But it's just, again, just locking in at the right time, right? And I think they just locked in. I don't think they really changed anything offensively. It looked like a similar approach, but they just locked in. It's really, really what I think it was. Let me see if these press conferences are close to coming out. Said, just listen to Guru in the Twitter space say that they can't depend on Pickett to beat Mac Jones. LOL, they're down bad. Yeah, man, they got to understand. Like, I don't think Steeler fans understand what their life is right now. Your quarterback stinks. Like, when your quarterback stinks, it doesn't matter if you think that this is where experience matters, right? When it comes to talking about these kind of situations, because I don't think Steeler fans understand. Their quarterback stinks. And when your quarterback stinks, it doesn't matter if your quarterback is less stinky technically than another quarterback, because your quarterback stinks. Like, it just doesn't matter when you stink. Matthew says, congrats, Q, 15 million views on YouTube. I didn't even know that, man. That's dope. Big time W today. Great day to be a Browns fan. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Oh, my God. Did we get another 100 bomb? Did we get another 100 bomb? I can't. Woo. I love y'all, man. I appreciate y'all, because y'all out here really showing love, showing support. And showing some appreciation for the work that happens on this channel day in and day out. And I really appreciate all of that love, man. Really do. We built something special here. The Browns have built something special. And if you're not a part of this channel and you're a Browns fan, or if you just want to be around, dog, like, it just be fun over here. We be talking Browns, but we fun, we chill, we be kicking it here. Come on, join this party, man. Get on this bandwagon. Come kick it. Come kick it with us. We've built something beautiful here. Come on and join. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and all of those good things. Marcus says, got to give love to Garyon Christian. Plays super well against Alex Highsmith. And I think another underrated thing, Marcus, to go on top of Garyon holding up most of this game, is I think DTR did an excellent job of avoiding pressure, right? Getting rid of the ball quickly, making quick decisions. Now, there were some times where he threw the ball to the flat where I'm like, you could have just threw it out of bounds and took the incompletion. So he'll learn from that from tape. But I thought that was one of the things DTR did a really good job of, getting rid of the ball quickly, throwing it quickly, and just making those kind of plays. And again, rookie quarterback in his first real start with any kind of preparation. Didn't play the greatest football game, but showed up in some of the moments that mattered the most. And it makes you feel good about your ability to build on top of this. And at 7-3, you got a lot of room for error. With this defense, you got a lot of room for error. So if you're going to play a rookie quarterback and kind of bet on that rookie's ceiling being higher than what you have already from the veteran perspective, okay, you got to do what you got to do to give yourself that cushion. And win-loss record wise, they have a cushion. And also, when you look at them from a team standpoint, defensively, that defense is so good that it gives you a cushion. And we haven't really gotten a chance to talk about the defense, to be honest. Danny with a great win for the Browns, Miles the cheat code, Garrett Karras, it's the playoff victory. Hopefully DTR keeps improving. Yeah, again, the goal for me was DTR just to get out this game. Just get out this game without it being a disaster. And he did that. And that's all you want out of DTR at this point, man. And I think that was so important that you got out this game without DTR being a disaster, because now you can build on top of some stuff, right? It's like Deshaun, where I said, hey, first 3 games back, going to be a process, right? It's going to be a process. You want to work some things. You want to see some things get better, but you just want to see enough to understand that you can get better and put some polish on it in a month. Same thing with DTR. It's going to be a process. Need some polish. You saw the wide receivers adjusting. So apparently he puts a lot of zip on that football, the highest miles per hour counted. He puts a lot of zip on those quick balls there. And again, it's going to take the wide receivers a while to adjust to that. It's going to take the wide receivers some time to, get back on that jugs machine, change the miles per hour so they can catch that zippy ball that he throws there. It's going to take some adjustment, kind of like how this reminds me of Jacoby Brissett's first game with the Cleveland Browns last year. If you guys remember, Jacoby did not look great in that first game, but he did enough to win it, right? He did enough to get you to the game-winning field goal, and it was like a 60-yarder, so he even do a great job there, but did enough to get you that field goal and enough to win that game. This was similar to me, right? DTR had a similar game to that where it was like, hey, there were some drops, there were some things that didn't go well, but it's his first real start on this team. Let's see what it looks like next week once the team knows what he's like in game time, what to expect, and I think that those adjustments will be made. I think the offense is going to get better as weeks go on. Again, it's going to be a process. Pittsburgh did a real good job of shutting down the run game, but the Browns did a good job of getting what they could through the air, and then Pittsburgh clamped down on that. Once they clamped down on that, we kind of stalled out offensively, but we did a good job defensively. And defense, man, like some of this is because Kenny Pickett's not good, but another part of it is because this defensive line can just get pressure with their front four. Good win for Jim's first game back. Absolutely, man. Another game winner for this team against a division opponent, and Jim Donovan gets to be a part of it. That's always dope, man. Jim Donovan, one of the greatest announcers of all time, deserves to be in the Hall of Fame if they put announcers in, because he's a Hall of Fame level media member. A top level guy, one of the best guys in the business. I hope he gets well from that, from what he was dealing with earlier in this year. But it's just glad to have him back. It's just glad to have him back, man. Ben T says, I always appreciate your takes, Q. We're divisional rivals, but you guys get hated on regardless. Good content as always from a Bengals fan. Absolutely, man. Sorry about what happened with y'all. We'll see what happens with the Bengals going forward. If you're the Bengals, you just got to hope you got wide receivers, you got a defense that you can overcome and try to make something out this season, but it's tough at 5-5. Christian Corley says PJ and DTR have both had really solid 2-minute drills. Kev is on to something. Yeah, Kev does a good job of supporting them. And I think what's more important is that the Browns do a good job of supporting themselves in these moments, right? How many big yak plays do we get? Or DTR makes his first big throw of the game in the fourth quarter. Like, we just do a good job at stepping up in those moments and knowing that this is a time for us to play some winning football. And I think Pittsburgh really messed up when they gave us the ball back with 1:30. I thought that was disrespectful that they weren't even worried about it. And they paid for it. Ray Rag says, why don't the Steelers fans listen to Browns fans when we told them Kenny Pickett stinks? If they're a fan base that knows about bad quarterback play, what it looks like is Browns fans, 20 years of experience. We're experts now. Yeah, we tried to tell them, like in good faith. We were like, hey, man, we know what you're about to do. And it's been fun to watch Pittsburgh Steelers fans do all the stuff that Browns fans had to do around all of these quarterbacks that weren't good. I'm not even talking about like Baker Mayfield, because let's be honest here. If you compare Baker Mayfield to Kenny Pickett, like the career to career right now, Baker Mayfield clears Kenny Pickett by like miles. Like, and Baker Mayfield's not even like that good of a quarterback, but he clears Kenny Pickett by miles. You got to compare Kenny Pickett to like Cody Kessler. You know what I mean? Like Cody Kessler, Kevin Hogan, Colt McCoy. Like, he's that level of guy in the NFL. And we know what that level of guy looks like. Like, tell me right now that Kenny Pickett looks any different than Colt McCoy did in the Browns uniform. Like, that's really the truth about it. Like, he's not any different than that. Like, he's not really Baker Mayfield. And this is the stuff that we were doing with Colt McCoy. Like, that's who he is. Matt Canada on the sidelines, we knew that was bullshit, that wasn't no big difference. Like, it's just what it is, man. Like, the defense is doing a good job. We knew, I said this on AFC North Talk when Guru was telling me how I got to worry about TJ Watt and how I got to worry about this Steelers defense and how elite the Steelers defense are. And I'm like, brother, the bigger concern for the Pittsburgh Steelers isn't what this Browns offense can do to them defensively. It's what are you going to do about Myles Garrett and this Browns defense? Like, the arrogance of the Pittsburgh Steelers fans to come in here and tell me I need to be worried about TJ Watt more than they need to be worried about Kenny Pickett versus this defense is ridiculous, dog. Like, ridiculous. What did he have? Kenny Pickett had 106 yards passing today, dog. Like, what were we worried about? Like, why would I be worried about that? DTR took 1 sack for 2 yards. He clearly played a better game than Kenny Pickett. Clearly played a better game than Kenny Pickett. And this was his second start of his career. He's already close to clearing Kenny. Like, that's what I mean by, like, Kenny's not even Baker. He's Colt McCoy. Like, he's Kenny Bridgewater. That's who he is at best. At best, he's Kenny Bridgewater. At worst, he's worse than Cody. He's Cody Kessler. He's within the Cody Kessler, Kenny Bridgewater range. That's where he's at. That's where he's at. Offensive line won that game from the line of scrimmage on. Defensive line won that game from the line of scrimmage on. We're just a bigger, better, more physical team than Pittsburgh, and that's what showed, right? And that's how we're going to have to win. We might not have better quarterback play than every team that we play against, but we are the better football team, and we just going to have to win games like this. Jayon says, hey, nobody underthrew them checkdowns like Cody Kessler. Yeah, man, let me tell you about Cody Kessler. Cody Kessler, like, whenever I think about the change of what a quarterback looks like in college versus what it looks like in the NFL, Cody Kessler is like my go-to when it comes to that. Because if you watch Cody Kessler throw the ball in college, you would be under the impression that this guy has the best arm talent you've seen in college football in the last 6 years. Like, he looked that good at USC at times, right? Like, some of them throws he was making, like, damn, that's crazy throws that Cody Kessler's making. Like, it's impressive. You throw that man in the NFL and he looks awful. Like, that is the difference between college and NFL. Cody Kessler was, like, legitimately, like, really good in college. He gets to the NFL, ain't nothing special about him. Like, and he looked special at times in college. That's the difference, man. That's the difference. That is absolutely the difference. Holy crap. Y'all, let me get some water. But that's what it is, man. That's what it is. I'm waiting to see if these press conferences have come out. Yes, they have. We're going to go to Kevin Stefanski's press conference. Let me get my AirPods on, and then we'll play this live on the air. I'll be back in I'll be back in like 30, 40 seconds, y'all. Where I put my AirPods? It's my phone. All right. All right, man. Let's go ahead here and jump into this post-game interview from Kevin Stefanski. Hopefully we can hear from the man himself, the youngin, who made the game-winning drive as well. We're going to jump in to this.
Okay, great team win. To come away with that one was pretty special. Special for the week we've had. I thought the guys stuck together. They fought for each other. It wasn't pretty, doesn't have to be, but it was physical, which we knew it would be. And then to come out of here with a W in front of our fans who were outstanding for 60 minutes, it was a really positive one for us. It only counts as one, so we got another big one coming up next week, but really proud of the guys for fighting like crazy. With that, I'll take any questions.
Kevin, what can you say about Dorian on that final drive going 4 for 4?
Yeah, that was, as you know, Jake, those are big moments where you're looking for your guy to come through. He came through, made some big plays throughout that drive, made big plays throughout the game. I know it wasn't perfect at all times, but he came through when it mattered.
What did you think of his composure, though, from the start of the game to the end of the game?
Yeah, I thought throughout the entire day. I mean, as you guys know with Dorian, he doesn't lack for confidence, and I say that's just who he is. He's a confident kid. He trusts in his ability. So from the first snap to the last snap, he was ready to roll.
What about the fact that he had to overcome, it looked like, I don't know, maybe 8 drops or something like that, and
Yeah.
he just kept going back to his guys and showing faith in them?
Yeah, that's life. We know that. We know that, again, I say it all the time, we're not going to be perfect. I'm not going to be perfect. But we just will continue to fight.
Kevin, what was it like calling plays for him at the end when you know one more turnover could cost the game?
Yeah, you can't really think like that, Tony. I mean, the stuff we were
Tony out here advocating for playing scared. Come on, Tony.
doing, I thought protection was really, really good, trying to take care of their edge rushers who are outstanding. He was seeing it clearly, went back to some concepts that he has a ton of turns on, so felt good about it.
Seemed like the defense just set the tone with that first play. Miles just bull rushed it.
Yeah, they did set the tone. Again, just relentless in our pass rush, relentless getting to the runner. Again, there's things that we can correct. We know that, and we will, but relentless group.
Can you go through your challenge day, starting with the first one where it looked like you wanted to, but they didn't give it to you?
Say it again.
Safety?
Yeah.
Right? Did you try to challenge that?
We did. Those are hard when you're talking about forward momentum and where they called them down. So I wanted the safety, but just felt best not doing it there.
But you threw it at some point, didn't you?
On the touchdown? Yeah, well, the conversation with them was, is this challengeable? What is reviewable? Eventually they told me we could, but I mean, it's a big play. You can challenge it, but I was waiting for information from the officials there.
Kevin, how about the way your defense responded after they scored that long touchdown run? Didn't seem like they got you guys down though.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna make plays. We understand that. They made a nice play there. Kid made a great individual effort. We got to get him down on the ground, but the other team's gonna make plays.
On the 4th touchdown, you waited a long time to challenge.
Yeah.
And tossed it pretty far.
Thank you. Well, I was waiting for to get good looks at it upstairs, and then I could have run down there and thrown it, but I just wanted to make sure the thing was on the ground before the next play was run. But yeah, good communication overall by the guys.
Kevin, just talk about the fact that, you guys lost your starting quarterback this week, and, just the way that you pulled together right from the start all week.
Yeah, that's what I'm proud of most, Mary Kay, just this resilient group. And they've done this from, we've talked about it. They've come together. They fight for each other. And we needed that. We needed all hands on deck, like I mentioned earlier. And I think we got that. And injuries are a very, very unfortunate part of this game. We all hate them, but it's part of the game. And, we just knew early in the week that this was going to be one where everybody has to do their job. I thought they did.
Speaking of all hands, why the decision to go with 2 right tackles?
Yeah, I mean, Dewan's working through that injury. I wouldn't say he's all the way back yet. So have a ton of confidence in James and felt like we could get Dewan in there as well.
Have you ever done that before?
That's a first.
You've been complimentary of
DTR and the way he prepped and played today.
It's a weird
Obviously, there
one.
were a number of drop passes. What is it about his mentality to clear the air when there are things that he can't control, to just keep pressing forward?
Yeah, I think that's when you're playing quarterback. It's not going to be perfect at all times, and you have to have a very short memory when you're playing that position. So whether your guy drops, guys have made unbelievable catches over this season. They'll continue to do that, and you continue to trust your guys.
Do you think those drop passes might be because he throws the ball differently than Deshaun
I don't
does,
think
or
so.
what?
No, I don't think so. Just we'll be better next time.
Kevin, during the week you stressed almost every day about DTR needing to prepare
Yeah.
as a professional. Is there a question the first time around about
No,
that?
not at all. Nope.
Kevin, can you just, address all the emotions that were swirling around this game? You had Nick Chubb coming out and being introduced. You had Jim Donovan coming back. You had Deshaun Watson on the sideline. It was a very emotional game.
No, yeah, great to see Nick out there, and I see Nick every day, but great to see him in the building, for our fans to see him, and then so excited about Jimmy Donovan. I mean, what an unbelievable person. He means so much to this organization, to this fan base. He did a nice job smashing that guitar. I was curious how he was going to get back up there for the first play call. But yeah, love Jimmy, love everything he brings to this team, the passion he brings to this team. So I'm going to make sure that he gets a game ball for this one. I'm going to hand it to him here in a little bit.
Did you see Nick firing up the crowd? You had things going on.
Yeah.
But did you see him at all firing up the crowd at 7:40 left on the score?
I did not. Yeah.
Obviously doesn't hit that game-winning field goal, but just his continued consistency throughout this season. What does it just say about what he's added to the special teams unit?
Yeah, I mean, Dustin is so trustworthy, he's so dependable.
Good trade.
not ever
Good
gonna
trade for
worry
Dustin
if
Hopkins.
he misses one or two. I mean, that's just, we got him for a reason. He comes through for us.
Could somebody ask Chris Fedor if the Browns made a good trade for Dustin Hopkins?
Kim, do you have any inkling on A-Walk or
I don't. Not yet. MRS.
He is so antisocial at these press conferences. It's kind of hilarious to see somebody be that antisocial as a head coach, but great job there by this Browns team. Let's see what players we can hear from as well. Oh, we already got DTR up. That's what's up. All right, we already got DTR up. We're going to go to that. I'm going to have to boost this one significantly because they didn't do a good job of boosting it at all. Hold on. So let me work on that real quick. Not that. I don't want to boost that. But I do want to boost this. So I'm going to work on the audio while it's playing. So I know it's going to be a little quiet.
If it was week 4, I would have forced it. We had a tip pick, another tip pick, or whatever it was. Like I said, it's going to be night and day when I get out there. I've been working my tail off, and I'm just glad my teammates were there with me.
What was going through your mind going into that final drive?
Same thing that was when I first got out there and we scored on, I think, the second drive of the game. It's just taking one play at a time, follow my keys, follow my rules. If it's not there, take the check down, and don't make any play worse than what it is. So.
What do you think the biggest difference was? You guys hadn't had any success in the second half until that final drive. So what was the difference?
I think we just came together. I'd have to go back and watch the film to see how all the other drives went. But I know on that last drive, from the old linemen all the way up to the running backs and the receivers, everybody was all locked in. Everybody had their job, knew what their job was, and executed. So I think that was probably the biggest difference.
Can you talk about the fact that you had to overcome, I counted maybe 8 drop passes in that game, but you just kept going back to your guys and showing faith in them. How do you think that helped when you got to that last drive?
I mean, shoot, did you see my first start? So, I mean, those guys had faith in me after that game, and I couldn't have no choice but to have faith in those guys today. Dave's going to make a bunch of plays this year, same with Elijah and all those guys. So I have no choice but to get the ball out of my hands and get it in their hands because they're special playmakers. So.
Joe Battaglia said that you were a little loud in the huddle to start the game. How pumped up were you for this?
I wouldn't say pumped up. That's probably the right reason I lost my voice. I was just trying to make sure everybody heard the play, making sure no operation stuff. I think, did we have any penalties? Yeah. Okay. So I think it was a pretty good day operationally. Being at home, that was one of our key things to come in this game with. So, I thank Joel for advising me to quiet it down because obviously my voice is going out. So, yeah.
Did you hear the crowd chanting DTR there at the end?
I did. I heard a little bit in the beginning and then towards the end, yeah.
What about, talk about the emotion of having Nick Chubb?
Hey, chat. No, y'all not about to do this to this man after a win. Somebody said he looked like an anime villain. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Dude don't look like no anime villain, man. That's just a puffy. That's just an oversized puff. You know what I mean? Let that man live.
And just, what did that mean to you guys?
Yeah, I mean, he's huge. I mean, shoot, I think after
No,
that.
stop. Who said he looked like YNW Mel? Stop. 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 We are not roasting him. We are not roasting him. No, stop it. Stop it. Before I put pictures of y'all up on here on the street. Y'all not about to roast him at the win.
Kareem starts snapping and jumping over people. So I think we need Chubb at every game, up there in the box and supporting us and all that stuff.
No,
So,
y'all was calling this man
We miss
Guru.
Chubb every day, and it was super cool to have him out there for sure.
What does this mean to you after your first game and all the circumstances that were involved? This is so much later in the year with so much more at stake. How do you feel about just coming through like that?
Sure, I'm already focused on next week. I'm focused on going to Denver. But yeah, man, I'm super happy. Glad that I can get this one for my teammates, and actually, go out there, like I said, get the reps at practice, make the mistakes throughout the week, and so that way those mistakes don't come up on Sunday. And there were some times where there were plays I messed up in the week that we got corrected today.
Whoever was calling him Guru in chat, you not shit. You not shit.
And they were huge for us coming down the stretch. So.
What was this week like for you, going back to when you found out you were starting
Yep.
on your birthday to this moment now where you can barely talk because you lost your voice?
Shoot, it's been a whirlwind. I just can't thank the fans, Stefanski, our whole program, and all the guys that are there in the locker room. Everybody's been helping me out. Everybody's let me know that they got my back, from the guys walking around on the street outside when I go to a store to my teammates in the locker room every day. Everybody this week has been great.
Snoop, all
and
right.
it's only made my job a lot easier.
You said you wanted to get your swagger back by watching the UCLA games. How many did you watch, and did you get your swagger back watching this?
Yeah, I think we still got.
Wait a minute. Did somebody say it? Did somebody say it? Was it Daryl Ryder who just said it? Ladies and gentlemen, I got to ask y'all this question. I got to ask chat this question.
They're calling
Do
you
you
guys that you
think
guys don't have a
you
very good
have-
offense. That Muskegon team, they're fired up. What do you say to them?
We have a good offense. We're ready. We're ready to go out there.
Wait a minute.
And hit them every play. Right
Wait a
now,
minute.
baby. You're gonna know we can.
Chat.
To Ford Field.
They just
we are better
asked
than the
him.
Lions. We are the best team to ever play on this field.
They just asked him this
I think I
question.
got my swagger back.
Oh! Do you think he got his swagger back? Oh! Let me hear it, chat. Chat, I think he got his swagger back. Let me
It's
see
a long
it,
way
chat.
to go to get back to that swagger, but no, I definitely watched a couple. I watched the
I think I
2021
got it
SC
back.
tape that everybody knew about, and
Ray Rag says Kevin Stefanski just outcoached two of the best coaches in the league back to back. Re-sign him in AB now. Absolutely.
yeah, man, I think I'm just gonna keep working at it, keep leaning on my teammates. Deshaun and all of the third and fourth quarter, telling my ass to smile because I'm pissed at the pick I threw, and just things like that. That's really what helped the game, and just guys I get to lean on for sure.
Deshaun, you get that first completion to Elijah on that last drive. How much did that sort of alleviate, some of the pressure, kind of allow you to relax the rest of that drive?
I mean, yeah, it's cool.
Hold on. Sorry about that, y'all. Oh, okay, I see chat. Chat think they got chat. Do you got your swagger back?
Just guys I get to lean on for sure.
Deshaun, you get that first completion to Elijah on that last drive. How much did that sort of alleviate, some of the pressure, kind of allow you to relax the rest of that drive?
I mean, yeah, it's cool. I mean, I don't think you can really relax till that kick is in the field goal. But That definitely was a huge play. I'd say that the momentum shifter was Kareem's hurdle, and that really got everybody juiced up, kind of got them off rattled.
That was a big
And
play by
yeah, man,
Kareem.
we took it over from there. I think that whole drive just shows how close this team is and how much they believe in me. So.
It seemed like this was a game where one turnover could have cost the game. So how were you feeling after that, yours, and how'd you collect yourself after that?
Yeah, I hope the camera doesn't have me on the TV copy after that pick because I was gonna lose it. We talk all week, every week, about winning the turnover battle. They hadn't given the ball up all game. We hadn't given the ball up all game. Tips and overthrows happen, but you try and limit them as much as you can. I'll go back and watch the tape. I probably need to get to the check down on that one instead of trying to force it to Amari or just throw a better ball. But yeah, man, I was hurting. I was frustrated. I didn't know how the game was going to end, if I was going to get the ball back or anything like that. So, like I said, just proud, again, being able to trust in my defense and my offense and just go out there and do what I have to do.
You said Deshaun told you to smile after that? Did that help?
Yeah. Definitely helped a lot. Some other guys noticed it, and they were encouraging me as well. But yeah, man, Deshaun was in my ear the whole second half pretty much, just comforting me, making sure that I'm good, motivating me, letting me know that, hey, I've been here before. You going to have another shot. And I sure did, and I was able to take advantage of it just because I was so.
Did David say anything to you, at all, David Njoku at all during the game that, hey man, I'm going to be there for you when you need me after he had some?
I think just him taking accountability. I was the main one trying to be like, oh no, I got to throw it better, I got to do this, I got to throw it on time or do this or do that. He let me know, just being a vet, we got you, Rook. That's on me, I got to make those plays. But again, I'm going to keep feeding them.
Hey, that sentence right there is something I want to focus on before we listen to the rest of this press conference. David Njoku was telling a rookie, hey, man, we got you. Like, if you don't understand the significance of that, and I'm not saying like, oh, what David did there was crazy, but I do think that Tony and Guru stick to their stomachs right now. Absolutely. And love to see it. Love to see it in this kind of week. But I think that that's an important thing there. And it's not necessarily what that moment means and what that moment says. I think it's more or less like David Njoku been on the Browns so damn long that he a veteran. Like, think about what these Browns teams have been in the past. And if you want to see why this is a team that can win now, where 4 years ago they might not be ready, is because they have kept the same core of players together for years upon years upon years on top of years. And, it gets to a point where, hey, look, David might not have made a play in the first quarter, but you know what? David's been on this team forever. He's been in the league forever. He's like, all right, I'm going to make that play later. We know we got this. We know what kind of team we have. Think about how long this core has been together this year. I mean, just look at this team, look at the core, look how long they've been together. That's what makes this team different. They haven't been firing coaches for 4 years. They haven't been getting rid of players willy-nilly for 4 years. They've just been coaching and developing good young players. And now you have the core that you have where these guys have been on the same team forever. This is the stuff that separated Pittsburgh from Cleveland. This is the stuff that used to separate Baltimore from Cleveland. This is the stuff that separates Cleveland from Cincinnati at times, right? Is this continuity that we've been able to achieve. And I think it's something to not be taken for granted. Q is a younger Browns fan that goes to school in upstate New York. That smugness you were talking about is so prevalent. A lot of Bills fans with big egos up here. That's crazy because the Bills are so much worse than the Browns right now. Avant Campbell, appreciate that super chat. But yeah, that's one of the things that I've noticed with this team that's just been a franchise shift is look how many of these guys have played with each other forever. Like some of these guys even date back before the Kevin Stefanski era, right? Guys like David Njoku, who's a 7-year vet along with Myles Garrett. Like these guys that we watched as rookies have blossomed into veteran players in front of our eyes. Guys who are rookies or second-year players when I first started this channel 5 years ago. They're now grizzled veteran players the kind of guys we used to have to sign because we had nothing but young players, right? That's what this roster has evolved into. And that's why you're seeing them, they're a veteran team now, right? Like they've been together forever. They're a veteran football team and they play good football in the tightest moments because they've been here with each other before. They failed with each other before and they've succeeded with each other before. And this is why this team is different. This is why the organization feels different. It's because of stuff like this. Jay Levis says, good dub today. Absolutely. But this is the stuff that separates them from years past and why this franchise feels a lot different than they used to. It's that continuity. They've been keeping and developing good players for a very long time, and that breeds good football. The Browns can win. The Browns couldn't win 7 games in 2 seasons with 3 starting quarterbacks before 2017. They found a way to win 7 games in 10 games this year with 3 starting quarterbacks. It's not because they're just drafting better. It's because they're developing guys. They're putting guys in a proper system. This is a good organization. Idaho News Now with the $2 super chat. Appreciate that. But that's one of the biggest differences that you notice. It just takes something as small as David Njoku talking to a rookie in DTR and be like, hey, Rook, we got you. And it's like, oh, shit, David Njoku's a veteran. Like, you forget about that. But David Njoku been in the league forever. Very long time. It takes that small thing. What's up, Quincy Carrier? Go Browns. Chris Baker, appreciate you. Appreciate you. But that's one of the interesting things that I saw.
He's the best tight end in America, in my opinion. So he's definitely going to get the ball a lot more.
So what's it like hearing those DTR chances? You're ready to go lead a drive to win the game.
Yeah, man, I'm sure it's great for my family. I personally, I wouldn't say I don't like it, but I'm trying to stay focused on the game and making sure I'm doing my job. But it is super cool to be able to look back on and see those type of things. Shoot, I had maybe 20 to 30 people here from all over the country, family, friends, everybody.
Did a little job on the offensive line in keeping it relatively clean. I know TJ got the 1 sack, but by and large, just the work they did, kind of shorthanded because it was 2 backup tackles.
Yeah, man. I mean, from, again, Coach Stefanski's plan of the week to how those guys executed that plan, I couldn't ask for anything more. It was a collective job with, me getting the ball out of my hands and knowing what protections is which to be able to make sure that everything's good. You're going to have those plays where you get sacks and things like that. We try to minimize them, but I think the whole line did a hell of a job today. So I couldn't be more proud.
So was this your birthday celebration, or did you do something else
He's
to
got a chance to
celebrate your
pitch the
birthday, or what? Talk about birthday week and how
Oh, we got a fun video.
Yeah,
to
so
look
I
at
got the
after
call
this.
from AB when I was on my way to Marble Room downtown. So that's when I got the call. I ended up eating dinner there with some teammates, my girl. And then after that, I was getting to work all week, waiting for Sunday to get here, and now we're here. So now I'll go celebrate a little bit with the boys.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
That was DTR, man. Great interview from him. We got a funny clip from a salty Ben Roethlisberger. Apparently, he was streaming himself reacting to this game live for whatever reason. And he had some salty comments about this. So we're going to get to that in about a minute here. We're going to get to that one. Well, let's get to this. Let's get to this because I thought that this clip was interesting. A salty Big Ben. This is interesting. A salty Big Ben. Make sure Guru wears that hat. Yes, he did bet a hat. He did bet a hat on this. He did bet a hat on this. Oh, no. Guru bet a hat on this. All right, y'all. This is from Ben Roethlisberger. Hold on. Let me make sure my DMs don't leak.
Yeah, but I just got there too fast. I mean, this is the Browns Super Bowl.
When was the last time they beat
Be honest.
Pittsburgh in Cleveland?
That's Super Bowl for them.
Wait, did that idiot say that for real? Dog, it happened last year. The Pittsburgh fans are brain dead, dog. Big bet on the last Steelers loss. I mean, this is the Super Bowl. And then Footballin', I guess he's a Steelers YouTuber, says, when was the last time the Browns beat the Pittsburgh Steelers in Cleveland? Last year. We've done it like 5 of the last 6 years. What are you talking about? Like, are you watching the fucking games? How do you have that take that the Browns don't beat the Steelers in Cleveland? They've literally done it all but 1 year. All but 1 year. Like, Oh, he crying, dog. He crying. Hey, man, shout out to the Browns. 4 Super Bowls this year. 3 different quarterbacks. Browns are the first team in NFL history to win 4 Super Bowls in one season with 3 different quarterbacks. That's crazy. When was the last time the Browns beat the Steelers in Cleveland? Last year, you idiot. What are you talking about? They beat them in Pittsburgh on Thursday night. They beat them in Cleveland Thursday night 2019, and we smacked Myles Garrett in the head with the helmet. I mean, we smacked Mason Rudolph in the head with the helmet. I believe they beat Pittsburgh, or maybe they got swept by Pittsburgh in 2018 because one of those games, no, they tied. They tied. In 2018. So they didn't lose in 2018. 2020, I believe they won the home game versus the Steelers then. 2021, they lost both games, Pittsburgh that year. 2022, they split both games with Pittsburgh, won the one at home. What? Like, how do you cover the team and you have that take? Hey, man. Hey, man. Hey, I love that Big Ben is a salty Steeler fan now. Like, you're like, well, it's their Super Bowl. Dog, we don't even really care about beating you in Cleveland on like that. We do it all the time. We're not even like fazed by that one. We do it all the time. This is going to ruin your season in a way that it wouldn't have mattered to us. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. But shout out to the Browns, all-time dynasty. Don't forget, Guru declared this game a booty beatdown. Shout out to Guru, man, because he the reason we got that drive at the end of the game for declaring it a booty beatdown. I don't know why he did it. Young Rook done made a rookie mistake. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Man, happy for DTR. Could not be happier for DTR. We got more super chats coming in. Ray Rags out here showing out. Let's get back to the press conferences. We had to take a detour to talk about Big Ben's salty ass. Salty. You are a grown man with a whole NFL career behind you. You out here salty. Salty that your mans Kenny Pickett got outplayed by DTR. That's crazy. That's crazy, dog. TJ Watt got outplayed by Miles. Y'all ain't getting no wins in that. That's nuts. Hey, man, at least y'all got Jaylen Warren. Too bad that y'all don't remember that. Who they gonna put up here? Did they not put up anybody else after that? So they just left it blank for 20 minutes? That's so weird. Like clockwork, lose to the Browns. It's their Super Bowl. Browns working on their 8th Super Bowl next week.
I definitely watched it.
Oh, yes, absolutely. You know what I mean? Like, we'll see what other Super Bowls come up this week, because apparently every time we win, it's a Super Bowl because we enjoy our victories. That's funny to me. But haters going to hate, man.
What a resilient bunch
You got a
you guys
Kobe
are.
for
How
president
big
hat?
this was to to beat the Steelers like this the way that you did in dramatic fashion?
And that's what we're out there to show every time we step on the field.
Is the audio fine?
We're tough as it gets. We're going to be resilient down the stretch. We're going to be consistent. We're going to keep on.
Browns are 18-16-1 against AFC North opponents since 2018. Can't do that if the Browns can't beat the Ravens and Steelers. People just pull the shit out their ass. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the splits with Kevin are even better. But yeah, the Browns have been a more than good division team in the toughest division in football since 2018. Look, you want to talk about what the Browns did pre-2018, I don't really care. But since 2018, and you have to give Baker some credit. Obviously, Nick Chubb, Myles Garrett get the bulk of the credit. But you have to give Baker some credit because he did play quarterback at a higher level than what was here in the past. Since 2018, this has been a different franchise, right? Deep Podesta got here. Like, it's been a different franchise. You can count like the first 2 years of Hugh Jackson as like the initial, like a refresh of this franchise. So they haven't been the same old Browns for a minute. It's just now showing itself. And this is a different team now.
Fighting, doesn't matter what happens throughout the game. You know, you're going to get the very best out of us for 60 minutes or more, depending on what happens.
How did first sack come together, and did you think it was a safety?
I for sure thought it was a safety, and I thought the next one was a safety too. But just a little stunt that we had, and sliding to the B gap. They were try to jump me so they could, I believe, double team, and he got a little bit too wide and was able to rip through the inside arm. Saw daylight and saw Pickett, and there wasn't anywhere for him to move. He couldn't step out or move left or right because it would have been even more obvious safety, and then just finish the play.
Hey, Myles, beating the Ravens and the Steelers now back-to-back, what did that say about the way this team is growing?
I think teams not only improve during the year, but they also show you who they are. And I think we're getting to a point where we're showing the world who we are as a team, as a defense, and really imposing our will on the people that we're playing, and we want to continue to express ourselves and how much we can really dominate.
What can you say about you guys went through losing your starting quarterback this week? DTR comes out there and puts on that kind of performance. Can you talk about just how DTR did today?
He's only going to continue to get better. The guy loves the hell out the game. He focuses on his craft. He's very, very insightful, and is always looking forward to listen to guys and his elders to get new information. He's gathering information from all of us, defense, offense.
By the way, he wants to be. How many people have this is their Super Bowl take for a team that has 7 wins? Like, that's usually reserved for a team that got like 1 win and they trying to get 1 big win. And you're like, this is their Super Bowl. The Browns have a better record than you. How can you say that this is their Super Bowl? It's ridiculous.
The very best he can be, and he showed it. Making plays down the stretch, putting throws on the money, and leading us down the field to get that field goal. I mean, the guy's only going to continue to grow as a person, a player, and a leader on this team.
Going through your mind when the Steelers got the ball and there's like a minute and 40 something on the clock. I got the quick 3 and out, but just that situation right there over the years doesn't end up the way today did, but just what was going through your mind at that moment?
Pin your ears back and make the play. It's do or die time. Leave it out on the field. This is where heart means more than skill at this moment. So whatever happens, you empty the tank on this drive.
I know this is a little tiny thing, or I think it is a little tiny thing, but it looked like you got poked in the eye or something during the game. Was that any sort of a big deal, small deal? Got over it? No big deal? Or what was that?
Got over it. It feels better, but I don't think it was intentional. I kind of went in for a bull rush, and hands. Sometimes they just go as they may. I don't think Dan is a dirty player at all. It's just something that happened.
Myles, after Dorian threw that interception and Sione got the batted pass, I think you guys forced a 3 and out on that drive. How key was that to not let that moment sort of spiral things out of control?
We have to quell the momentum, before start to rise, and had a bad give up on that 70-yard run. That was uncharacteristic of us, and we had to clean that up. But it was a matter of making the plays that we need to make and being where we're supposed to be. We were just a couple of steps slow, and they were to make a play, and they have that kind of talent on their offense. So, us being able to slow them down and make them go back to the drawing board, take more time of possession, make some take some of those plays at the playbook, and start to let us pin our ears back, like I said.
What did it mean to you to have Nick Chubb introduced before the game, and then I don't know if you saw him on the scoreboard at 7:40 left, but fired everybody up again? What was that like?
Why do you have to come after me? No, I love seeing Nick getting the praise he deserves. He's a hell of a guy, outstanding player. We're not going to see another one like him for quite a while, and man, I'm just glad to have him around us at games, and can't wait till he's back, suited up, and we're going to continue to play for him and do our very best because he's the guy.
How hard is it to lose AWOC?
Dang, y'all just dropping everything. I mean, our guy will be back, and it's tough, but he's always with us. As soon as he went down, he's talking to us. He's trying to pump us up, encourage us, and still lead us. And that's never going to change. He's just that kind of guy, great teammate, and just a compassionate person. And he wants the best out of us, and we're always going to try to pick our guy up, in those low moments.
Well, you have a unique perspective because you've been here when this team has struggled, and you're a focal point right now as you guys are really succeeding. What is it about this team this year that's so different that you guys are consistently winning these nail-biting, close games that go right down the wire?
Nobody's taking the easy way out, whether that's in the facility, at practice. Everybody's in there to win it, and we know what we have in the building. It felt like before, not everyone's going all in, and everyone is really invested in being a winner this year. And can't always say it's been like that. It's been tough, and I think leadership has been a big focal point. Not only the main guys, the playmakers, and the quote unquote stars, but the guys who sometimes play 6, 7, 8 big snaps on special teams, or some who fills in because the first guy is out. Those guys are also leading. Everyone is taking it upon themselves. Take ownership of this team and what their role and their job is with this team, and it really has taken it to another level. Setting the tone and not compromising.
After losing Deshaun, seeing DTR in a critical moment lead that offense down the field to win that game, what type of psychological boost can that give you guys?
I mean, leading against a tough defense. Those guys fly around. They made some plays. They were trying to match us, stride for stride, and he was able to, calm everything down, get everyone settled, and make the plays he needed to. I mean, that definitely builds confidence going into next week, not only for us but for himself. I can do this, and he hasn't even really opened up to what he can really do. Maybe going down the field a little bit more, stretching the field, using his legs. Those things he hasn't even utilized yet. So once the game slows down even a little bit more, and you start seeing everything a little bit easier, a little bit faster, I think he'll be really dynamic.
How about the special bond that you guys really have with your fans? Here on the lakefront in these home games, and the energy and the enthusiasm that you guys are experiencing here.
I mean, we're putting on for them. It's right now it's deserved. You only deserve those kind of things when you're making those kind of plays, and the effort is there to match. They see the hard work, the swagger, the passion we're putting into the game, and how bad we want it, and they're matching that intensity. So we appreciate it. We love our fans, and we love this city, and we're going to continue to keep on fighting our hardest for them.
All right, that was Myles Garrett at the podium. That'll be the last press conference we go to. Ray Rag says something not talked about enough. The Steelers and 49ers had drives late in that game. They could eat some clock, but went 3 and out in less than 30 seconds. Both led directly to a game-winning drive by the Browns. Yeah, Absolutely. The defense has showed up when it needed to. Only week I felt like the defense didn't show up this year was on the road against Seattle. I thought they could have had a better showing there. But you don't get them all. But they've done really good in those situations, really good at forcing incompletions, really good at getting pressure. This is a great defense. But we'll talk about that and some more once I get that post-game wrap-up video out. But y'all, appreciate every single one of y'all. 1,200 people at the end of the stream. That's crazy. Love the support. Love the love that I've been getting recently. Appreciate every single one of y'all. Y'all have a great day. I read that super chat already, Ray Rags. Again, I super appreciate that. Appreciate everybody who came in and chat, whether you super chatted or not. Appreciate all of y'all. Y'all have a great day. I'll be back with another video tonight, so make sure you get your eyes on the sub box. There will be a recap video.